Blimey,
Hi.
Dave, that's a bit mash.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? Hi, and welcome to the show, everybody. I hope you've all had a brilliant week over this week. You've had lots of riding in all this lovely weather we've had. Yeah, that horrible rain we've had this week. So let's get the introductions. We got Betty up here. So, how you been doing, Betty?
Hello. I'm fine, mate. Nothing happening here, really. Just plodding around the house, doing the housework, doing little DIY jobs and that. Nothing bike-related at all.
Well, never mind then. And Dobby, how you been?
Me, I've been fine. I'm continuing to do my job hunts and stuff like that, fill forms out, and in between, get my head straight. I've been out on a bike a few times down to Felixstowe or across to Woodbridge or something like that, and got to see a couple of people as well, which was lovely. So, good few days, I think.
Excellent, excellent. And Yankee Doodle?
How you doing, guys? Quite a week, really. Just been working. Not been out on the bike at all.
Well, that's all good. So I thought today we would have try to have a Q&A, but you know what the chat was like last time when they were doing the Q&A. They hardly gave us anything to talk about. But I'd also thought we'd have a chat about getting back onto riding after not being riding for a while. So I thought that might be something pretty good to talk about later on. So let's check in with the chat at the moment. So Moise says, "Evening, lads. G'day, Dave, Carl, Chris, Pete, and the variety of salamatic nuts that make up peanut gallery. I hope you're all doing well. Well, we hope you all are doing well as well." And Calm Biker, evening, chaps. Calm Biker may be able to come on later if he gets a free moment or not. And long-suffering idiot as well, Andy. Andy, how you doing? Big up. Yeah, we hope you're going to join in as well, Andy. So unless of course you've been busy and you need a rest.
I reckon as big is big and really big as well.
As big as that?
Yeah.
Calm Biker says, important for getting back on the bike is maintenance. Make sure you grease all your nipples. Well, yeah, it's true on that one.
Nothing worse than having chafed nipples.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, mine are okay. I've not been on the bike, so I've not been greasing mine at all.
And Von Sauerkraut says, evening, lads.
Hello.
So, yeah, mine are nicely greased as well, so those are all right. I've got
the self-bleeding type.
Have you?
I thought those were more female orientated.
No, that's only if they've been slapped about a bit.
Well, I'll tell you what,
go on.
Every time I come on here, I seem to learn something new, and having to grease my nipples, I didn't really appreciate that was that important before you got on a bike. So I guess what I'll be doing tomorrow.
Well, just think about it. Would you rather have two pieces of metal sliding past each other, really nice and gentle with no friction at all? Or would you rather them grind and squeeze and squeak their way past each other? Is out.
That's making my nipples stand on end, that is.
So Moist has our first question of today for our group. He says, how long is a piece of string?
To the middle and back.
Yeah. No, it's twice as long as to the middle and back.
Yeah.
No, to middle and back gives you the one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or twice as long, yeah.
Yeah, it's twice as long to the middle and back.
Yeah.
So, who else? Would you want to expand on that one, Dubby? How long is a piece of string? I said Dubby.
How long is a bit of string? Well, as long as you want it, I suppose, isn't it? like anything in life. Extend it as far as you want. It depends on how much you want to show off.
Is it a delay?
There's
Probably.
a little bit there.
Carl, how
Carl's
long
going
is a
pretty
piece
good
of string?
tonight, actually.
What string?
What string? Yeah, he
Yeah.
said stuff. He
Is
said
there a
stuff to
delay?
tie on the bars so you can climb down out of your prison cell.
Oh, I thought that was rope.
Yeah, well, that's only if you put lots of string together.
Oh, right.
That way it doesn't break.
Hold on. I'll just have a look. Hold on.
Go and check the cell bars.
Yeah, it's 8 foot.
There you go. There you go. Moist.
That's
It's 8 foot. That's how long a piece of string is.
to get out my cell. Yeah.
Is this the Mo? I don't know. Is it?
M-O. Mo.
Yeah, is this a Mo? Safyandi says, as long as big
A
is.
big is. Lol.
And Von says, is this the FBI most wanted list?
Quite possibly.
I've never been to America. It's Interpol's most wanted.
Yeah. Europol.
He's already been called.
What says,
Well, no, not
like,
even Interpol now.
nothing like a
We're out of
nipple
the
ripple
EU.
to start a chat. Evening, air cooled. Evening,
Good
guys.
evening.
Hello, mate.
Khan says, what's the difference between a duck?
And
No, that's the difference. What's the difference between a duck? That's the question. You got to answer it, guys. Do your
What's
best.
a duck?
3'2".
I would have said question mark. That's what the difference is.
I'll stick with 3'2".
Evening, Tash.
It's going to be
hi, Tash.
Howdy doodly, everybody.
nice, I think.
Hello.
Evening, Tash.
Oh, he started.
He's been practicing them Haribo adverts.
Yeah. And he's big bad for you.
Oh, here we go.
Only if you're on the receiving end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you got no Vaseline.
I've used it all on the nipples.
Oh,
Aftermarket no-name brake pads worth the risk or not?
I'd say it depends on which bike you're putting it in or on.
Yeah, if it's a sporty bike and you tend to go at, shall we say, the speed limit, I would say not worth the risk.
Yeah.
But if it's a daily commute and you're very rarely going above 25, 30 miles an hour, pays your money, you take your choice.
Yeah.
But and anything that you want to, ideally, anything you want to risk your life to, you want to pay what you can afford, really.
But I look at brakes the same way I look at tools. I always get the most expensive I can afford.
yeah.
I don't tend to do the
Right,
most
it's not-
expensive. I tend to look at the reviews and know value for money and stuff like that. 'Cause
Yeah,
sometimes you can shell out a wedge of cash and it's still shite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, the amount of money you chuck out on something isn't necessarily going to guarantee you
No,
anything.
that's
but
not the most expensive.
more about-
It's just the most expensive I can afford.
yeah, it's more about the money. Yeah, well, yeah. But to be honest, it's going to be whatever. Like Carl says, check reviews out,
Yeah.
have a word,
I mean, generally,
ask people.
big company brakes, EBC, someone like that, they're not
Yeah.
overly expensive. But
No.
they're bloody good brakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. And the question would be more if you wanted sinted or non-sinted, rather the way it's made up rather than the brand, because that will give you a definite difference in your braking. But again, like I said, if you're using the brakes performancely, as in you're on them for a long time to slow down from big speeds, you want them to be able to last and not fade on you. But if you're doing just commuting all day, then it's unlikely you're ever going to get the brakes up to any kind of temperature where they're going to disintegrate.
Unless they're dragging, of course.
Yeah, unless they're dragging.
When it comes down to brakes and tyres, I think, it's one thing buying an aftermarket oil filter, maybe it depends on your opinions or something like that. But when it comes to what keeps you on the road and what stops you while you're going around the place, I think the two most important things to make sure you get right. I suppose that I'm not really qualified to say this, but I suppose it comes down to your knowledge, your type of way you ride, exactly as you were saying, and what makes you feel comfortable and confident on your bike, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, but you can lead yourself into a false sense of security. When you put your cheap brakes on and they stop you day in, day out, you'll think, and you'll get faster and faster and you'll stop and stop. And then one day they'll disintegrate on you and you got nothing. Whereas the ones that...
What was that word you said?
Fade?
No, not the fade. Where you said about the actual makeup of it.
Oh, sinted or not? It's the makeup of the brake itself. It's over its durability, how long it will, how grippy it is when it clamps together, and how long it lasts without fading, because it's got too hot in its wear rate. I haven't looked into the actual specifics of what the sinted stuff is, but
I think it's copper.
Yeah,
I think the pads are actually impregnated with copper for the sintered brakes.
Yeah, you'll see little specks in them when you look at the makeup of them when you get a brand new one out. It'll either look very dark grey or black, and the other will look like it's got bits of metal in it.
So almost like a metallic paintwork job on it.
No. It's the actual brake itself, not the metal bit, which can be any color. You can have them green, blue, pink. It doesn't matter. But it's the actual brake pad itself, the bit that touches the wheel itself. That one. Yeah. Look at that, and if it looks like there's like little specks of metal in it, then that's a sinted one.
Okay.
Evening, Weggy.
Oh, chaps, you're right.
Downside of sintered. Oh, Weggy. Yeah, downside of sintered, it wears your rotor out quicker.
Yeah, it's true. It does. Which, for the layman, it's the brake disc itself.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not a huge fan of the sintered brakes. I had them on my ZZR, and at low speeds, it just kept locking the back wheel up.
Yeah, because they want to bite or want to hold you. Like I said before, it's performance over general commuting. So, yeah.
They do work well when they get hot. Yeah, and if you're doing like 150 plus, they'll stop you. But at 30 mile an hour around town, they're a little bit too sharp.
Mm-hmm. Evening, Weggy. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm right, chaps. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
Super.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
That's not Trooper you're on there, Weggy.
No, mate, no. No,
I'm in the square bottles now.
No, I run a little bit hot tonight, mate. I don't feel 100%. So
you're running daisy juice.
I'm running. No, I've just knocked back a litre of blueberry juice, mate. It's cold. No, I'm not 100% tonight. I don't know why. Just got fucking temperature and all that sort of stuff. But I say temperature, just warm, really warm. You know.
It's muggy.
Muggy, yeah.
It is pretty close, but I got all the fans going. But no, apart from that, all's good, mate. You chaps all good?
Yeah, super.
All tickety.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, I did say I spoke to Peter earlier on. I'm going to try and lay back a little bit and get some breathing space. All right, Dave, going to leave it totally to you, my man. All right, so a quieter evening from me.
Oh dear. What am I going to do now?
What are we going to do now?
It's a shame we haven't
totally shot.
It's a shame we haven't got the tumbleweed like we used to have on the old hangouts. Excuse me.
In answer to Count Boyke's question of what's the difference between a duck, He said, I thought everyone know that one of its legs is both the same.
Absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What has that bloke been eating?
Yeah.
Tell you what, Dave.
Yeah.
That's good to see. That's good to see. We've got some old names on the chat. I'd just like to say hello to everybody. I can see obviously Richard Carnbiker. Got Danny. It's good to see Danny on there. We've got Suffolk Andy. Even Meistel Krug and Fighty. Yeah, it's good to see everybody. Brilliant.
Yeah.
And von Sauerkraut, the German sausage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Anita.
Evening, Nita.
Yeah, Anita.
Anita.
Excuse me, lads. I'm just going to get another drink. All right, I've run out of juice.
Okay. And Von Sauerkraut says, no-name condoms worth the risk or not? That's totally up to you, mate. That's
Abstinence,
totally
mate. Abstinence.
Abstinence, yeah.
Masturbation and abstinence. That's the best.
Right, that's going to demonetize me. Suffolk Andy says, get big pads.
Big pad, yeah. Twice the size of the rotor, so that, no.
I think he's more talking about his long-distance Harley Davidson incontinent pads. That's
right, yes.
That's better. Jesus Christ.
Crown Biker says, Danny G, 1980, bought some pads for his Blackbird that turned out to be not NBC. A 140 mile an hour, 40-mile ride removed all of the material off the rear. Quite worrying. Yes.
Yeah. Are you sure it was not his riding style? Oh no, there's a stone in the middle of the road. I best brake now then. No.
Yeah. I tend, the way I drive is more back brake than front brake. When I'm going around a corner, I tend to control my my acceleration with my back brake. I don't wear them out in 40 miles.
I think he must have got them from Aldi's.
Yeah.
Are you lads? I'm just trying to catch up. You lads on about the scented brake pads, yeah?
No, it's not just scented. It's name brands or the cheaper ones.
No, I never personally buy anything cheaper when it comes to brake pads, mate. There's always been EBCs or sort of similar, you know. Generally speaking, you're looking, depending on the set, you're looking at about anything 20 to 30 quid, you know, for a half decent set. Yeah. But I don't buy anything cheap like that. It's brakes, isn't it? You know, of course. You know.
Like I was saying earlier, which you probably didn't catch, I said, if you're relying on your braking, if you're a sports bike that's going the speed limit and you require a bit of heavy braking all the time when you're out, it's not worth it. Just go for the main brands. If you're a 25 mile an hour commuter everywhere, if you're in London doing 7 miles an hour, then pays your money, you take your choice. But if you rely on them, it's not worth it.
Honestly, Dave, I think, you know, with brakes and that, there's no messing about. You know, I've heard too many horror stories about, you know, cheaper branded brake pads. I mean, the bikes that we ride, I mean, I just heard Chris talking about his 1400 Quagga. It's like, obviously, most of my bikes have been litre plus. You just don't mess around with that sort of stuff, mate. You know, I'd rather spend far more money on that sort of thing than I would be buying, you know, bling for a bike or any of this shiny shit that you don't necessarily need. Get the proper stuff, you know.
I mean, you know yourself from experience of these things, but new bikers, they'll come in and they'll be going, well, these are a pair of brake pads and these are a pair of brake pads. Yeah. These are 7 quid. These are 20 quid.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the 7 quid? Why shouldn't I go for them? And this is what we're saying. It's more likely to wear out on you very quickly or even disintegrate on you.
All right, then another point in. I'll just say hello to Richard. It's a long time no see, mate. All right, boy?
Evening, Rich.
Okay.
I've been that snowed under with work and I'm not even prepared. All I've got is that.
Yeah, well, I've just literally gone onto an isotonic drink, which is pretty rare for me, to be honest with you.
I'm pretty sure this is isotonic.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
But just probably more of a diuretic.
Going back to the brakes you're talking about, where do you lads normally buy your kit from? Because obviously we all know the decent stores and that, and I'll tell you where I get most of my stuff from. It's from Swansea. Was it? Was it
Remoto?
No. M&P accessories, mate. That's where I get.
M&P, yeah. I've used them before as well.
Yeah, I've used them for many, many years, mate. Whether it be for whether it be nuts, bolts, gaskets, all that sort of stuff. They do a really good job. They're fast, and you know what? They're a company that rely on quality. You know, of course they do different branded stuff, and of course they have cheaper.
I get mine from eBay.
Yeah.
It is the M&P. It is the M&P store on eBay, but it's still eBay.
I use M&P in Sports Bike Shop as well. It's quite good.
Yeah, they're quite expensive originally, Sports Bike Shop, aren't they? Or can be.
They can be. Sometimes they've got stuff in that's pretty good. So I tend to look at Sports Bike Shop, J&S, M&P, and then I go Yorkshire and find out what's cheapest for branded though. I mean, EBC. Apart from, I mean, Danny got them off eBay, and I don't think they were from a reputable dealership necessarily, but they he wore out his rear brake in about 40-mile trip.
Yeah,
they were like
Chinese imports, aren't they?
Yeah, so they are.
I think they were tinted.
I think the old story with the, I mean, I don't know what Chris's experience was with the sintered brakes. I mean, I've never actually used them, but I've heard some pretty horrific stories about disc wear and that sort of thing with the sintered brakes. The pads.
I didn't leave them in that long.
No.
I had them in for probably 2 weeks, and I did a 500-mile trip, and I thought, well, that's them bedded in, and they were still quite snatchy around town.
Yeah.
On the motorway, they were fine.
Mm.
I just got fed up with the back wheel locking up at 30 mile an hour or under 30 mile an hour.
Yeah.
I took them out and just put ordinary ones back in there.
Yeah. That's why I found it. I mean, because obviously, at the time when you had your ZZR 1400, I was on the ZZR 11, and I was using pretty much the same sort of brakes as you at the time. We did speak about it, just your standard EBC pads, mate.
Yeah,
it was pretty good enough.
I've got sintered in the Z2.
Evening, guys.
I can't say it's had any particular effect.
No. Some people have actually said that, though, haven't they? Some people.
Evening, motherfuckers.
As you do. There's more bite to them, but I haven't had problems with locking up or anything.
No.
I mean, to be fair, though, I don't really use the rear brake for stopping because it just locks up. So
I just, generally speaking, I don't know about you lads, but I still use, to be honest with you, I still use 75% front and 25% rear a lot of the time. It depends on the weather, obviously. If it's raining, then it's more 50-50. But a lot of the time, I'll use much more front hanging than I do rear, obviously. There's a lot more stopping power on the front,
After doing the eye-to-eye thing, I'm pretty much 100% front brake.
Yeah.
The rear brake for stopping don't really get touched.
No.
Because it did a lot of stuff on stopping so hard, your rear wheels up off the ground anyway, so keeping it spinning gives you a bit of stability.
No, that does sound a bit suspicious. I don't mind admitting. No, it's just one of those things, mate. We have to forget about all this coronavirus and COVID-19 shit and just remember that we can get colds and coughs and flus and everything. So that is what it is, isn't it? Might be a dodgy curry or something. You never know. But I don't always fall back on this COVID-19 shit.
No.
It's made life a bit more boring, hasn't it?
It does, yeah, absolutely. If you just relate back to the same old thing all the time, it's just one of those things. We still suffer the same stuff we did before that, They do realise that, don't you? Right, that's Robert's big.
Someone having trouble with their brakes, aren't they?
No, somebody put a question
just
up.
a general question.
Okay.
Cheap, crappy, or decent?
I always use Kevlar.
Tell you what, I'll tell you, we've got some good questions on the chat, haven't we? The live comments tonight. It looks good. I'll just leave it all down to Dave. Where's Dave gone anyway? Where is he?
I think you
can only get 6 on it at a time.
Sorry, mate.
I thought because we're talking mechanical brakes and stuff like that, I thought it'd be good for Jim to be on.
Yeah, absolutely. You all right, Jim boy?
Yes, mate. You?
Your wife sounds suspiciously happy, mate.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I think it's retail therapy that she had today.
Yeah, cool. Was she sort of stood 3 miles in a Primark queue, was she? Happy days.
No, I think she went to B&M or something.
Fucking hell, it's even worse.
Yeah, she's been spending money at dent in the bank account, as you do. So,
Yeah, anyway.
yeah.
Right.
No, brake pads. I always use Kevlar. I don't know if any of you boys used them.
Never have done, mate.
No.
Right.
Brilliant. They work a treat.
How much of those?
Green stuff. I think they're
How much of that set for, say, for instance, your bike, your CB1000?
For me, CB1000, you're talking about 40 quid.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
That's all right. I suppose that's what you get used to. I mean, I've been for, like most of these lads, we've been running bikes since the early 80s, really, and to be honest, I've always pretty much, if I'm honest, stuck with EBC pads, and, of course you get reviews with different bikes, but that's all pretty much, I've always been happy with EBCs. They've always given me what I wanted. I've never found anything lacking with a proper set of EBC brakes. Of course, you get different levels of EBC, the pad and that.
The cheap ones are crap, but it's just not worth risking it, paying out cheap money for shit brake pads. It's just not worth it.
Mm.
So,
all right, okay. Yeah. How do you want to do this, Lau? Just because obviously I was going to sit back and listen to Dave, but we've got a question down there from old man Tony. Hello, Tony boy. Hope you're well. Here's a question for you. Since lockdown, I've lost my keenness for biking. I've only been out once. How about you lot? I'll start from the top, I suppose. Peter.
With me, to be perfectly honest, having my bike has been the best thing that I could have had. Especially the last, now 3 weeks now, I'm unemployed. In between trying to find a job, it's given me something to have a break. It's given me a reason to get up and go out, and it clears my head. It gets me back to where I need to be. So yeah, I mean, I love having the bike back. I absolutely love it, and it's the best thing I could have done. I'll be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's what you said that to me today, didn't
you? Yeah. Because to be honest, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I can't spend 10, 12 hours every day looking at the same damn jobs or trying to sort something out or fill out forms. You need to have a break. And my bike has given me that purpose. It's, actually get up and put all my leather gear on and actually go for a ride, even if I don't see anybody. Just even a quick blast down to Felixstowe, have a couple of ciggies, and then come back or something like that. Or I've been down to see Jim 3-4 times at least.
Yeah.
Last couple of weeks.
We've got the pictures to prove it.
I know. I've seen some of them. I suppose what Tony's saying is, since lockdown, I've lost my keenness for biking. It wasn't keenness for biking. Okay, just sort of moved to Chris in. I mean, how do you feel about it since the lockdown? I mean, obviously it was a period when you weren't riding.
Yeah, for me, it's probably slightly different to most of you because I've had so many health issues and not been able to ride much in the last year anyway. It's just been an extension of the same shit, different day syndrome. But yeah, my bike has been fettled regularly, started regularly, cleaned, serviced, blinged, everything I can think of done, ready to go. There's nothing that it needs for apart from my arse on the seat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, which is what it's all about at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
What about you, Cole?
No, I've not lost my interest at all. I've not actually been out that much, really, but I've not lost interest in it. I've tried to get out as much as possible, but the amount of riding I've done in the last couple of years has been abysmal. I mean, I had an Enfield, brand new, year and a half ago, and it's only done 3,500 miles. And that's all I've done, because since then, all the other bikes have been knackered. So I've only done 3,500 miles in a year and a half.
I must say, you do look a bit like Max Headroom. Is
there a delay?
Is there a delay?
Just a slight delay, mate. That was a typical Max Headroom. It took me back to the 80s, that one.
As long as you can hear me okay.
Yeah, we did. Always hear you okay. That's the movement.
Yes, cheap shitty camera I've got. It's about 15 years old.
Yeah, no worries, mate. All right, boy. Yes, I don't appreciate
But
that.
it is
Yeah, so-
better than the. It is better than the camera, the microphone and everything. The setup we had last time because there was such a delay on the last lap last time.
I think Jim need to raise his seat for a start. To be honest, that's better. What I was going to say.
It's very funny.
Yeah. So, what's your take on it, Jim? I mean, obviously, you know, like everybody else, we've all got different scenarios where we haven't been riding. But since the lockdown, did you lose anything as to wanting to ride your bike? Did you lose any spirit? You know, any feeling you want to?
Not really, because like some of you know, I'm a mobile mechanic and I use my bike to get around. So I've been riding it pretty much all the way through when I've been allowed to. So no, I haven't.
No, cool. What about yourself, Richard?
It's difficult. I've lost interest in the vlogging at the minute because there's nothing to talk about that anyone wants to talk about except the thing that should go unmentioned. Actually, riding's. I kind of still want to go riding, but there's nowhere to go, is there? Because everywhere you get to, you know, I am middle-aged now. I need a pee at some point, and everything's shut.
Yeah.
And so that it's all been local that I've been doing. I haven't kind of my usual kind of want to. We were hoping to do the Iron Butt again this year, but that's kind of out of the question, really. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Once we're allowed to go as far as we want and things are open, so you can actually have a couple while you're out, then I might know more.
Strange because obviously
you are actually allowed to go as far as you want as long as you're back by that night. And you're not out
as long
all night, you can ride.
As long as you're within range of a toilet.
I saw a tree open the other day going up the A12.
Yeah.
That'd be the unlucky.
You can always get yourself something to...
You can always use some of Suffolk Andy's Harley Davidson incontinent pads. You do remember that, don't you?
He's actually still got them. You realise that, don't you? He's still got them things. Yeah. It was myself. I mean, I've already said it. I mean, obviously, I had an accident back in March, so obviously, I lost my Kawasaki. Weren't in a position to ride. I didn't miss riding, obviously, because I weren't in a position to ride. So, and then at that time, I'd already sort of started the work on the Bandit 1200 because it needed some work. And I actually got to a point where I started to get quite frustrated because being stuck at home before lockdown and then going for this lockdown and stuff, you know, like being stuck in that bubble all that time, didn't do me any favours. It didn't do a lot of people any favours, really. And so I suppose in a way, as much because I'm obviously running the Suffolk crew and that keeps me involved in the motorcycling. But even that, because nobody was riding, we allowed it to go down a comical route, so people put jokes up and this sort of thing. Not necessarily biker related, so that disappeared really in a lot of ways. And I can only say, you know, now I mean, I've got the Bandit is sort of, you know, it's up and running now, and it's going down to be sort of finalised because I've not done the work myself this time because I weren't able to lay down and do the bits I wanted to. So the Bandit is sort of put on the side. It's up and about. It's enjoyable to ride. And luckily enough, I'm in the position where I've borrowed Jim's Suzuki 650, which is really good on me. You know, so that's covered my backside, and it's nice. Of course, you never stop enjoying riding. You know, and the accident hasn't affected me. I don't think anything, unless me being in a box, would actually stop me riding. But of course, I suppose it goes with the territory. None of us have been doing much, and I suppose the interest levels, because everybody else is in lockdown, nobody else is advertising it. We've lost a whole year's events. You know. Whether it be us, whether it be other groups, whether it be clubs and all that sort of shit, that's all been scrubbed off the 2020 calendar. So, in a way, now we've started to hit a point where we feel that we can now start possibly promoting, obviously socially distanced and all that, little rides out, little group rides and social meets and stuff, you know. So, which is a nice thing, isn't it? You know, that's cool. So, I think the interest is obviously still there. It's getting everybody else into the same frame, I suppose, frame of mind.
Did your accident put you off at all then?
No, mate, it put me off. Well, it didn't put me off. No, it didn't put me off riding at all because I mean it weren't my fault. Obviously, I got hit T-boned in a service area. No, it didn't. I mean, it put me off bouncing on concrete. I must admit, I'm not a fan of that. To be fair, but
put you off bad drivers.
But no. Actually, riding bikes, no, it makes a difference. I'm just one of these people who I suppose in a way, you know, at some point you expect something to happen. You're looking around for it all the time, and at some point, you know, it's maybe going to happen. And unfortunately, it did. Luckily enough, I'm still here, so that's cool. I won't do a great deal of speed, but yeah. So, from my opinion, it's great to be at this point in time now where we can start looking a bit more forward to things. You know, I find.
I must admit, old Tony just put on there. There was a message from him. He was saying about he enjoys doing stuff, but he's sort of lost the interest because you are just literally pottering around on your own. Here we are. What I need is a proper trip somewhere. I'm not feeling it for pottering around. Now the dark thing is
exactly
when I first started riding back in 2007, whatever it was.
Yeah.
I all I ever did was potter around because I didn't know anybody on bikes, so that was my life. Bike went off the road for 7 years, and now it came back on last year. And I found Suffolk Crusade and Crew and all these other wonderful people, and because of that, now I actually
Poor delusion person.
love getting off my bike, but I miss.
I don't know what he's missing to you.
Is there a delay?
He's missing the microphone, I think. No, you went quiet, mate. So your stream went quiet,
Breaking up, buddy.
Like a $6 million man, Steve Austin.
No.
Who, me?
Yeah, no, you just went quiet, mate. Your stream went quiet, Peter.
Well, basically, all I was trying to say is that when I first started riding, all I ever did was pottering around, and then now I'm back on the road after the 7-year hiatus, if you like. Now it feels strange just literally taking a ride down to Felixstowe to have a fag and then come back because you're not having that cup of tea or that beer. You're not getting to say hello to anybody.
No, I know. Hello, Stitch. All right.
Hello, Stitch.
She's good. All right. Yeah. So, of course, you said about having a break anyway, Peter. But tell you what, I mean, I know most of us have been riding. I don't know, Richard. How long have you been riding motorcycles?
Me?
Yeah.
About 8 years.
8 years, really?
8 years. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
scary, isn't it?
I know. Because obviously I've known you, all this time on the YouTube as Calm Bike and that, and obviously we've met a few times and always got on really well. And for the hangouts.
Doesn't seem like 8 years at all. I remember you going, you just passed your test and you're just starting on your first year's worth of riding. And that's when I first started watching you. And you're telling me that 8 years ago.
Jesus
Something
Christ.
like that. Maybe it's 7 years.
Oh,
maybe it's 7 years.
Jesus, Chris,
when did you start? A long time.
I can't remember what I did last week. Never mind what I
did. When did you start riding, Chris?
I think my first time on a bike, I was about
on the road.
10.
Yeah, on the road.
On the road, 16.
Yeah, how old were you? 16? No, so how old are you, Frank? I mean, what year? Because you're slightly older than me. Yeah,
so that would have
1981.
1980.
1980, yeah, because I started riding. I bought my first 50cc in 1982. I got interested in bikes when I was quite a young teenager. Well, must have been about 30, even younger than that, to be honest with you, in the motorcycles. So, I feel like it's been most of my life, to be honest, which is great. Excuse me. But so it's surprising when you chat to some people and you speak to them and they haven't actually been riding that many years, and yet you would never assume that with their knowledge and the way that they talk and the way they are. You could assume. I mean, like Richard, he could have been riding 35 minutes. 35 years quite happily. You're 35 minutes even. I'm sorry. But I mean, Carl, how long have you been riding, Carl? Oh, well, tell her.
I was just about to say you don't ask Calm Bike how long he's been riding. You ask him how many breaks he's had on his shoulders.
I know. That's like asking Keith how many times he's made TV with an accident, though, isn't it?
Oh, blimey. Keith, he's only got about a 50% success rate on roundabouts, hasn't he, Keith?
Not even that, mate, is it? They didn't make roundabouts for Keith, did they? No, definitely not. Anyway,
you can't have a go at Keith. Keith's
Right,
lovely. You can't have a go at Keith.
Yeah, brilliant, bloke. It's good. Actually, if he's watching, that's good to see. He's got a new relationship going. So congratulations, Keith. Anyway, we only had one little chat with Keith recently. That was a live chat. I think it was Dave's first one that we did during the day, and that was cool. It was good to speak to Keith after that amount of time. Right.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a face-to-face with Keith. I think the last time was we were doing a bit of a tour around various bits of national parks from Wales round to North Yorkshire and stuff.
Yeah,
and I don't think I've seen him since. He's had accidents. And then he's had bikes nicked. He's not had a good time, really, has he?
No, the last time I physically see Keith was on Skeggy's Unstanton run because we had a fantastic day with that. That's when we run with the Gladiator Scooter Club. We had a brilliant day, and we had that final picture taken. I don't know who else was there. I think Carl, you might have been on that one, wasn't it? It might have been.
I was on the first cast.
Yeah, we had the final picture taken, and then literally an hour later, Keith had been hit, and he was in quite a bad way on his. I think it's MT-09 he had at the time, if I'm right in saying. Yeah. But anyway, if you're watching your skinny git, have a nice night. Anyway, Peter or Chris or anybody, just pick something from the chat.
I can't see the chat.
No, I know. Obviously, Casella would be good mate, and our good mate Suffolk Andy. Hello, mate. Probably he's had a busy day again, so obviously he's not on here. He's just watching, which is cool. 1972. I know Andy started riding on a scooter. Old man Tony, 45 years.
1972. I started breathing.
Yeah, 1972. Yeah.
You whippersnapper, you. There you only get born in 72.
1972. 1972. I was actually getting ready for the suite to come live. To be honest, 1972. Right, with Blockbuster. 73. That was, mate. Yeah.
1972. Share a birthday with Ozzy Osbourne. It's fate, isn't it?
Rob 64. Hello, Rob. That's a brilliant guy, Rob. Obviously, the man from the days of the stag dog in sight. You all know about Rob's adventures. He should have a Rob's Adventures video channel. Only passed his test 4 years ago. That surprises me, actually. That surprises me, that, because I think the first bike I met Rob on, he's riding his NC 750, 700, 750, whatever it was.
750X, wasn't it?
I was, yeah.
Yeah, had one of them. Bloody good.
Yeah, Rob's doing all right. He's got his Kawasaki 900, I think Rob's got now, the Z9. If I'm right inside. I don't think it's a Z1000. He might be able to put me right on that. I think it's a Z900.
I'm pretty sure it's a Z9. I remember seeing it whilst weighing an extra 15 pounds in water.
Actually, Rob's a lovely bloke, and he makes it look like a sort of a mini moto, doesn't he, when he's on it? He'll come back with something in a minute. You watch him. Suffolk Andy, he's in love. That must be talking about Keith.
Yeah.
Obviously. What's he got here? Nata Kenny. Kenny was born in 481 BC. Right. Jim will know what I'm saying. Kenny 481 BC. And, December 69. Who was it? That's December. Kenny. December 69. SSP. It's Kenny. SSP 50. SP 50. 5-speed. Yeah, he's had some rare bikes, old Kenny.
I'm glad that one was explained, because I'm looking at the later one and thinking, born December 66, passed testing 69. That's impressive going.
Yeah, sorry, boss. Yeah, December 60. Yeah, sorry, boss. December 66.
Yeah, passed the test in.
Passed test in 69. Yeah. Yeah. I was just saying, Evelyn, Kenny, and hello, Nata. Sorry, boss. I'm not boss on here. What you on about?
Yeah.
Two of the nicest people you would ever wish to meet.
Lovely people. Yeah. We're lucky, really. There's our whole U2 fraternity, and the crews and the clubs and everything else are fantastic people. We all get on really well, don't we?
No, I don't like you.
You can get fucked. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'll tell you what. Susie said that he disappeared. I love that. Oh, take him off, Dave. Lose him. I can't do it this time.
No, but
come back, Dave. Anyway, Dave, come on.
Yeah. Well, I started riding 88 and finished the 2 tests in 90.
Yeah.
Hey.
You had a good few bikes, haven't you?
Yeah, about 6. I haven't had as many as I would have liked to have had.
No.
And I used to change every 2-3 years, something like that. But recently, I've had this one for 8 years at least, maybe 9 years now.
Yeah, that's the Diversion 600 you got on it.
Yeah.
Well, you're obviously heavy with it, Dave, aren't you? It's done everything you wanted to.
It does the job. All I got to do is just get down there and take the carbs off and clean them, put them back on, and put them away. It's just A, getting the time, the motivation to do it, and B, getting the weather outside to cooperate, especially this week. This week was going to be the week that I was going to go down and take it off and do everything I got to do. And every day we've had thunder and lightning storms.
Have you really? That's not been too bad up here. We've only had a bit of rain last night. It's been a bit sort of rainy today, but then the sun come out this afternoon. But generally speaking, it's been more muggy than anything else, you know.
I mean,
the same here.
Yeah.
Yes, was it yesterday or the day before? I just saw lightning outside my window for almost an hour straight.
Yeah.
It was just constant by me.
Crikey.
It's terrible. But for me, it's just I can understand what old man Tony's saying about not having the keenness. For me, it's not having the keenness. It's more of losing the skill because I haven't been on so long.
No.
I know I'm going to be well rusty because I have not ridden in anger since November.
No.
I've not ridden since December. And it's a long time.
You say, I mean, I'm a bit rusty in that. It's funny because I don't really sort of feel it on the bikes. I actually not because I hadn't worked. I went back to work after 3 months, after having the accident. And I've driven forklifts, big forklifts for many, many, many years. And when I had the first 2 days on this, on my 3-ton forklift at work, and that, I felt like I'd never been on one. This is very strange, And I kept saying to the drivers and that I all know in my haulage fraternity. I kept saying, you'll have to excuse me, lads. I said, I've not been here for 3 months. I'm a little bit on the slow side, and then I went down a particular route. I went furlough route anyway. But now I'm back to work Monday, so back to the real world, shall we say? Which will help considerably, I believe.
Well, I've been lucky that I've had the car, as you all know, and it's only similar to Chris with health issues. I just found it a lot easier to go in the car to and from work in all the cold weather. Because the arthritis, as you get older, doesn't start paying attention to your bones.
No, I think the worst thing is when it's cold, though, Dave, you can't find your chopper when you want to go for a piss. That's the problem.
Yeah,
that's because you've got 4 lots of bloody trousers on.
It's not so bad when you got heated grips. All you got to do is just stand on your legs a bit.
Grips.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a new one on me. You got a heated willy warmer.
Well, you can actually get a heated seat as well, believe it or not, for some of these tourers.
Yeah, you can, mate. Yeah, you heat everything, can't you? Really, seriously can.
Plug-in suits.
Yeah, I've got a heated seat.
Have you?
Yeah. I don't know. Do you know the Facebook group Motor Social? Yeah, I won it on there.
Oh, of course we do. Yeah, Motor Social. That's run by Jesus Christ, little lad. What's his name with the ER500 thing?
Yeah, I can't remember now.
He used to have the Triumph. What's his name? Phil,
yeah. Phil 480. Yeah, he runs it now, but it was actually started by somebody else. Can't remember who.
Yeah, well, because to be honest with you,
was that Penny Boy Biker?
I don't think so. No, because I think that was all part. Because obviously Rich knows about this as well. That was part of the motorcycle community started by Kevin, wasn't it? Kev, was it?
Yeah. Motor Social wasn't part of that.
No, that was nothing to do with that, though.
Yeah.
No.
That was the other one.
Yeah, I think motorbike community still exists, but I've given up on Facebook.
Yeah.
I've worked out that if you avoid the news and the social media, then your life is just generally better.
Do you know, I said the same thing. That's funny. That I mean, I have to run me cruising this anyhow, but I had a break of about 4 or 5 days away from everything Facebook, and you know what? I didn't miss any of it. Honestly, didn't.
I've the only time I've been on Facebook recently, I went on once to find out if a motorbike shop was open or not, and I went on the Messenger to find out if there was a hangout tonight, and that's and that's pretty much it.
No.
For my sins, I've also had 6 bikes, but in too short a time, and yeah, I'm still thinking, do I want another one?
Yeah, seriously. Do you know, you obviously still got your Z1000, right?
Yeah, the Honda. About a year before you, the Honda got destroyed.
I know. I remember it well, mate. And obviously, you had because you'd already had a previous accident with your shoulder anyway on a dirt bike, didn't you?
That was it. This one I did on the motocross thing. It turned out that tabletop jump. It wasn't. It was just a cliff. And then this one was one that she decided to punt us off the bike for.
Yeah, I remember it, mate. But so you've only.
But I'm now fully metal. I am.
Yeah.
Apart from this wrist is metal, so technically I need to break this one to even up. But Lisa said I shouldn't do that.
Possibly not, but then you can invite Keith to give you a lift somewhere, can't you?
Not on the bike, though. Not if there's roundabouts on the way.
No, but so at the moment you've only got the Z1000, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Did you get all of the proper payout for your Honda?
Still open.
Is that really?
Yep. They're still disputing whose fault it was.
Really?
Yep. So obviously I can't go into the detail of it, but yeah, they've made some interesting declarations that don't match what they declared to the police at the time. So, but with the whole coronavirus, everything's just stopped.
Yeah, I know. I've got the same thing. I mean, I must admit, I was lucky really because obviously with my accident, I had was a meet with my crew, and I mean, I think obviously Peter turned up as well. So luckily enough, I had plenty of witnesses. Oh, you know, and it was pretty clear cut. So I got a payout fairly sharpish for the bike, and so that's moved on. But
they actually did pay out for the bike. So the bike money came, but with a letter saying that fault was disputed and I might have to pay it back.
Really?
Yep. And that was over a year ago now.
Right.
But really? Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
No. Well, I suspect that my because I mean loss of earnings and the injury claim and everything else is going to go on for however long. I don't know. I really don't. You know. But I try. I call them every single week just to keep them up to speed to let them know that I'm still interested in getting paid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the solicitors are shut at the minute, so there's nothing going on at all. No, the next step is to go and get seen by medical people.
I've done. Yeah, I've done an online medical. Believe it or not.
Right. Oh, they want to do. I don't know if they want to do scans, but they certainly want to see range of movement and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but to be fair, I'm fine. I mean, it hurts, but it only hurts the way the other one did. So hopefully a few years and that pain will go away, and then I haven't got any feeling in my shoulder. But this one had no feeling either, and this is starting to come back a bit. So it'll be all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
The most annoying part is that, although weirdly, it's insurance because I now have to declare it. You either declare it as your fault or their fault, and if it's not decided yet, you have to declare it as your fault.
Really?
Yeah. So basically, it's and weirdly the insurance on the Z1000 came down by £100 following the accident, but the car insurance doubled.
Yeah.
In fact, it over doubled. I mean, the car insurance the previous year was about £90, and now it's about 200. It's like, you bastard.
Right, isn't it?
Yeah. But now I'm trying to work out. I'm going to have to give him a call and work out if I want a second bike again or not.
Yeah. Do you think you will? I mean, I hate not having the facility of 2 bikes. Honestly.
The bit that's I mean, I love the Z. What's not to love about the Z1000? It's got no rider aids. It's just an engine and a couple of wheels and some steering of sorts and an intense feeling that it wants to kill you. But Lisa hates it because it's also got a back seat about that big.
Yeah, you did say.
And nowhere to hold on. So
yeah,
it's a toss up now between do I get maybe another 500X because it was a cracking machine just for pootling about on, and I can stick my camera in the boxes and things like that. Or do I get something else to replace the Z? And I have something in mind to try, but I won't talk about it yet.
No, okay. I think my
I'd sit on one today.
Yeah, my personal opinion is, and this is my personal opinion for you. I know how much you love the little 500, right? I don't mean it in a sense as a little 500, but to me, that's the mid-range bike, and I've not done too many mid-range bikes.
Oh no, it's way below mid-range. It's an A2 bike. It's only like 46 horsepower.
Yeah, right.
But
I think
one thing, you can thrash an A2 bike and have great fun. You can't thrash a Z1000 on the road and expect to have a license by the end of the day.
No, you can't. And do you know what? This is one of my points. Many years ago, right, back in 1988, I bought 4 bikes, right? I'd just been through a divorce. I had a shitload of money, and actually I sold me flat for a profit. And I bought a Yamaha 2-year-old FJ1200. I had 2 404s, and I had I bought a lovely Z200 Kawasaki Thumper, right? The beautiful little Z200, right? It was a 1978 model, right? And do you know, I had more fun on that little Z200, right, than I did of any of the other bikes. And believe you me, the FJ1200 was a formidable powerhouse. I used to love straight lining that thing, but even then, I still got more fun out of the Z200 in reality, and you rode it for more hours than I did any of the other 3 bikes, the bigger bikes. Yeah. Silly, isn't it, you know? But I've got a funny thing about having a lovely little small Thumper and just riding it around and just enjoying it and not thrashing the hell out of it and all that sort of stuff, you know.
Absolutely. The 500X, you could pull around on it all day, do 80 miles to the gallon. You never had to visit a petrol station. I mean, we were doing our attempt at the Iron Butt on it. It was 3 fill-ups, and I did 900 and some miles in 24 hours before rain stopped playing in a quite impressive way. It was like the rain you've been having, Dave. So, but and it's the only bike that you could happily go around corners scraping pegs on. The Z1000, you think if you're going around bends scraping pegs on it, you're probably on a road. You're pushing your luck.
Yeah, definitely.
The slightest little twitch. I mean, the Z1000. I'm told it has suspension, but I suspect it's a hardtail. But the slightest bump, and it wants to skip across the road.
Yeah.
And the throttle on it is so snatchy.
Yeah.
That the slightest bump and it whacks the power. And if you've got the thing tipped right over, you're on a road. You're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Apart from the fact the police are a bit keen, Randy.
What's the mapping? Change the mapping, make it a bit less responsive.
I was thinking of trying out one of them little throttle tamers, or just get a file on the throttle.
Yeah, that's abusing the Z for what it's all about.
Just rebound on the dampers, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you can adjust all that, but I don't put enough weight on the bike to to get it to do anything. So without getting into changing suspension altogether. I mean, I've had it set up for me by a guy who does all that kind of thing, and it's good, but it still wants to skip sideways.
Do you know, she takes a piss, but the C90s are a hell of a lot of fun, man. And then everybody and their dog, right, has ridden one of them around some ballast pit somewhere, mate. Chop the exhaust off, stick a little reverse cone megaphone on it, lovely. And the kids, and the funny thing is, most of the kids around here, they ride that sort of thing around here. They're all loud. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, you call them granddad bikes.
That's a worry, you know, the old megaphone. If you look at what's going on in Austria, there's. I look at mine now and I think, if they're bringing them rules here, I've got no chance.
No.
Because mine, as Rob would say, I mean, his is quite shouty now, but mine is a little bit on the loud side. But you look at Austria, they're basically banning bikes that have got stock exhausts now, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's all getting silly, but at least we don't live in Austria.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
but if you're in a car, you can be as loud as you like.
Yeah, that's all bullshit, mate. There's always going to be law breakers, and if I can become a law breaker, then if that's the case, then that's exactly what it'll be, mate. I really don't give a shit.
Absolutely.
And I really don't, mate. You know, I live by this old rule. I don't care what people say. You know, laid pipes do say it saved lives. We talked about this the other day in comparison to the deadly quietness of an electric motorcycle. You know. In comparison to something that you can hear coming down the street, you know, whether it be 25, 30, 40 mile an hour, you can hear it. So you're not going to step out on the road unless you're completely deaf or stupid, are you? You know, so.
Well, just on a bit of completely pointless evidence I would give, I had plenty of people step out in front of the Honda with its stock pipe. I don't think I've ever had anybody step out in front of the Z with the arrow on. I've had a lot of people turn around and shout swear words at me for being too loud.
Yeah.
But you know,
yeah, well, that's great. I love that. You know, I think the more people turn around with their fingers up in the air, you think you've made your impression, mate. They won't forget you. They won't forget you.
This is what I was saying about Weggy's favourite discussion over the past couple of weeks. Electric bikes, they should need to have some kind of sound with them because people are going to walk out on you all the time.
Green sleeves.
Yeah, no, I reckon what you should.
I mean, you could have the sound effect like an ice cream van if you wanted, just for a laugh.
Yeah, but you'd have the kids all running to the curb there. Is that going to be what you want?
Yeah, you leave out the Rolf Harris, mate. Shall we?
Bit of death metal, that'll do it.
What I will say about the Z, at least it's not like the kids with the 125s who stick the really loud exhaust on, or the 50cc scooters with a loud exhaust on. At least I'm gone quick, so I'm loud, but not for very long.
No, I don't abuse the surrounding areas with the pipes. Really, I mean, of course, I love the loud pipes. I love it. I mean, I've just put a Scorpion back on the Bandit, and that is really loud. It's got a gaping hole the size of the ex-brother-in-law's chops. Man, I'll tell you, that really is big. But yeah, that is really loud, and that's got a lovely pop into it on shutdown as well. But yeah, I mean, I just love loud pipes. In comparison, I'm obviously using Peter's lovely little 650, and it's so deadly quiet. You know, it's a lovely bike to ride. I'm just used to sort of the music coming out of it, you know, and of course people looking around. I mean, unless you're a really shy retiring person like me, then obviously you won't enjoy people looking around and thinking you're a bastard. You know, but I love it. I'll get a kick out of it, really. Oh, they weren't impressed with the sound of my motorcycle. Oh, well, fuck you.
Evening, Cubal. Evening, Cubal.
Cubal. Oh, Cubal.
Oh.
Yeah, you know Cubal. You met him once, I think.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Cubal, all right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, mate, all right?
Yeah, Rummy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's part of the old Del Boy group.
Yeah, I know. I remember him.
He's a Brummy like Dave.
Yeah, he used to live just over the road from me.
He used to live in a block of flats. Yeah.
That's right. He used to be just over the road from me, and that's where I got to meet him.
Yeah.
And he's a good friend.
Yeah, he's all right, Cuba. I've spoken to him for a while. He's got his own little group of people now, and we had a chat a couple of years ago. We haven't spoken since, but he's all right. How you doing, Cuba? Anyway, just trying to keep up with the things you're going through. What's that? Stitch, we like being hit by cold iron. What's that?
Yeah.
That's
the electric bikes. What's it said? It's going to happen one day in the UK. That somebody's going to be hit by an electric bike.
Well, they will do, mate. The funny thing is, I was actually talking to somebody the other day. Somebody they brought a brand new, I think it's a brand new Merc, and obviously an electric based Mercedes or a hybrid. Much more electrical than the petrol or the diesel engine that is also served with it. But and when it's on the electric mode, that gives you, depending on what mode you're in, different sounds of different cars. That's fucking strange. Seriously, you can have the sound of something like a Ferrari or something like a Lamborghini or something. Seriously, mate, I'm not joking. You know
what that means, though? Some bell end is gonna rig that, and it's going to sound like the Crazy Frog or something.
Absolutely.
That's like having something like I don't know, like yours, yours or mine, and making it sound like a sort of a Vespa, just for a laugh, Well,
I mean, if you're picking sounds, you've got to, what's going to be the best? I mean, I love the sound of the inline four with a loud pipe. Yours will be the same on it.
Yeah.
It sounds like a MotoGP, but can you make it sound like something like a CB, the old CBX 1000R?
Oh, beautiful, mate. Yeah,
I mean, that's got to be the best sounding motorbike.
Or or something like something like a 1340 Harley, just for the hell of it. You may be on something like I don't know.
But they don't make any noise, do they?
What's that? 1340 Harleys? Well,
yeah,
not when
they're broken down.
When they're sitting in your garden, no, I suppose not. I do try and stay away from these Harley jokes, mate. I really do.
Well, just in case there's anybody watching.
Yeah, just in case, yeah.
I've just half the viewership there.
I don't look a complete fool when I do end up sort of buying one day, so I probably will. I'd love to own something I can work on relentlessly.
Day in, day out.
Day out, to polish it.
Oh, excuse me.
It won't be a new one. Looking at the news, will it?
Yeah. Where are we up to anyway, Dave?
Next one is from Air Cooled.
Oh, I think I need Ford Mustang. Yeah, that would surprise me. Yeah.
There's a lot of cars doing that now, isn't there?
There is. Seriously, these new Mercedes, it does the same thing, you know.
That's only one step away from what we did as kids by putting the playing cards on the spokes of your bike.
Oh, of course, mate.
Yeah. All what I told you last week is everybody's always should be going down, going, nee, nee. It doesn't matter what the sound of their engine's doing.
No.
You know, there's nothing I hate more than hearing these little scooters going past and going, nee, all the bloody stuff. It really does. And I don't know why.
There was nothing I found more fun than when I was behind two lads on scooters in the middle of town, and they were both revving away and trying to show off to a couple of teenage girls that were at the side of the road. And I just crept up to the back of them and give it a good rev. And one of them nearly fell off. Which was
Tell you what, I'd love to hear now, and I used to have one. I don't know if you lads remember. I used to have I've only briefly had one, was a Suzuki X7 with the Cayenne ends and the all speeds on it. The old X7 two-stroke, 250. Chris will know. I don't know if you lads know what they are. Obviously, I know Carl will. I don't know if Dave will obviously know the Suzuki X7 250 twin. You remember that, don't you, Dave?
Yeah, I do.
Of course, Chris will. Fantastic, lovely. It was, mate. They replaced the GT 250, which originally was the Hustler 250. And I'll tell you what, they were such a fantastically fun bike. Right, they left every other 250 dead, mate, at the time until the RD 250 LC come out. But even then, the RD 250 LC weren't that much quicker. To be honest,
I think the X7, if I remember rightly, was the first 250 to bang a ton, wasn't it?
There was, mate. Yeah, and you get a genuine ton out of it, and they sounded the absolute mutts. And that's look at that. That's exactly the same colour as I had. So what you do, obviously, you know, you'd lose the airbox, you stick your Cayenne ends on it, you stick in Boyson reeds, which was quite a popular reed system for the carbs at the time. Lose the pipes, right, and then stick on some all speeds, or what was the other one? Generally speaking, they're all speeds. I can't remember the other ones you used to be able to stick on them, but there was two types that you would stick on a. Microns, that's it, yeah.
That's it.
How could you forget microns?
I forgot, mate. Simple as I'm getting older now.
Well, the thing is, microns are still running today, but not so much on the two-stroke scene.
No.
Back then, all speeds and microns were the things to have. I mean,
they
if you
were,
had an RD, an LC, an X7, a GT, anything like that. If you
Even
didn't have a
Air-Cooled
micron,
knows it's microns.
Yeah, I know. It was, mate.
Just sad.
And they did. Do you know what? I mean, I've not had many two-strokes, but that was one two-stroke that, you know, if I could have another one sitting in my garden, that would be it. Simple as. They weren't expensive, but they're bloody damned expensive now if you want a decent one.
Yeah.
They really are. You know,
easy to work on. You hadn't got to worry about timing chains.
No, of course, they're such a simple thing, a two-stroke. And when they're sort of in tune and they're on tune, mate, they're just that power band. You know, even a 250 power band would blitz any 400cc four-stroke into the ground. Lovely. Loved it. You know, I hate to say it, but, you know, if you had a 404 next to a 250 two-stroke, mate, forget it. Really, seriously.
I had two strokes. I had my Honda H100A, which was the first one I started riding on. And then I had the RD 350 power valve. Yeah.
Did you enjoy the power valve? Did you not have the original RD 350?
No, the one I had was the LC power valve.
Right, okay, which was quite an enjoyable bike to ride. I don't think they quite had the same style though as the original RD 350. No. They're lovely, beautiful lines, don't they?
Yeah, mine was a round headlight. You had the Mark II, I think, was the square headlights.
Yeah.
But mine was the round headlights. It was the Mark I. It was an A-Reg. It was beautiful. It was fast. Yeah. It really good at the pickup. It would beat most cars out there, but then again, cards anyway.
That's the reason that I got rid of my GPZ 550. I love that bike. You know, it's good for about 120 mile an hour. Lovely Kawasaki. It was the A1 with the little LCD on the screen. You know, with the bikini fairing. No, we weren't the B model. That was the A model, the GPZ 5.5 Kawasaki. And I'll tell you what, my mate religiously used to kick the shit out of me with his RD 350, and I got pissed off in the end, and I just sold it. It used to annoy the hell out of me. Because he'd go around and say, he said, look, I told you, he said, Weggy, right? He said, why didn't you go and buy a 2-stroke. I said, I didn't want a 2-stroke, man. I want me 4-stroke. That's how I got into me in lines with the Z400J. But he did, getting crucified every run by this little thing. It went ding, 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 and it went flying past me at 130 mile an hour. It used to cheese me right off.
I had exactly the same. The first time I come across an RD 350 LC, I was on a Z1300. 6-cylinder job. It was sitting there, Jack the lad, at a set of lights, and I could hear it ping, 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 behind me.
Yeah.
And that light changed to amber. I gave that 1300 fucking everything. Yeah. And we got to about 30 mile an hour, and this fucking LC just come past me like I was in reverse.
I'll tell you what, I mean, we had this brilliant guy that I knew years ago, and a lot of people knew him. He used to live just around the back of our house on the Garrick Way in Ipswich. And I knew him originally with a Suzuki GS850, right? Now, this guy was only about 5'3", 5'4". Jim McClutchy was his name. He's still knocking about anyway. This bloke, right? He was absolutely talented. A guy could get this GS850 up on his back wheel and keep it up on his back wheel. Now, GS850 ain't no lightweight, is it? That's no powerhouse, and it was a shaft-driven, heavy bike, right? I had one of the things back in the 90s, and he went from that. He loved that bike, and then he went and bought the very first GPZ 900 in Ipswich, the very first one. Right, and I'll tell you what, when we see that bike, around Garrick Way shops, I was just absolutely blown away with this bike. You know,
Hi, Rach.
And he would ride it. He would ride this bike to its limits, Jim. And he kept it. I think he kept it for about 9 months, and then he turned up. He went down to see Ray and the boys down at Orwell Motorcycles when it was just after it. I think it had been Orwell Motorcycles for a couple of 3 years. He went down to see Ray, and he'd done this deal for the very first Suzuki RG 500. Fucking hell! Do you know what? That bike, I think if I'm right in saying that bike lasted him, because he actually got sponsored by Ray at Orwell's with his orange jacket, which is obviously he got in the motorcycle racing, so he had an orange jacket. They sponsored his first year, and Jim being Jim and that, he'd sort of ride this RG 500, to the absolute hill. He'd run it in, but if I remember rightly, as about a week or 2 weeks after he bought it, he completely destroyed it, and he destroyed it on the corner just outside Orwell Motorcycles, right? Because there's a great big left-hand bend, and he came off, and everybody that was standing outside Orwell's at the time see him completely destroyed his bike, and that was a beauty. But I haven't obviously seen him since then. He stopped racing because of the expense of it, and I haven't actually seen him on a bike since. Shame, but. This guy, like I say, I was lucky really growing up because he had some fantastic bikes, the same as the guy over the road. As I've told you before, he had a Jota 1000, he had a CBX 1000. All these bikes were brand new at the time. He had a CB 750 K2, K3, whatever it was. So I was lucky really. I grew up, I had motorcycles all around me, which was fantastic, even as a kid.
The Jota 1000 wasn't a slouch.
No, it weren't, mate. It was, in fact, when it was released in '78, that was 140 miles per hour, the fastest production motorcycle in the world at the time. The Jota 1000, Nevada.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. Didn't last long,
pretty
but
thing as well.
They are. Yeah, and yet if you speak to Skeggy about it, he hates them because he sees one every day in Skegness, and he hates the bloody thing. He does. He spoke about that last time, but yeah, I suppose.
Where is Skeggy tonight, anyway?
He's unfortunately he's not been able to come on, mate. It's a family business.
Yeah.
I think he's problem with his dad. If I'm right saying.
Oh, yeah. Right, okay.
All right. But anyway.
So
I'm going to shut up anyway. I'm just hello Rach and hello Cuball and Mystal, Cruck and Fighty and everybody else. Suffolk Andy's about time he popped his head on here.
Weggy, you'll never shut up, for Christ's sake. We know that.
I'm trying not to. I'm going to sit back and relax now. In fact, I'm going to go and get another juice and have a fag. So if Dave want to come back on for...
Yeah, I don't mind doing that at all, mate. But that's the beauty of having two hosts that change each time. And when you've got 7 people like we've got at the moment, I can just go to the side, let the other host do all the chatting like he likes doing anyway, and then it gives him a break later on this one, so I can take over. So
and your timing is perfect.
Yeah, I know. but you have to be watching. You can't just leave the 6 of you on there and just go do something else, because you'll be going. Dave,
I have a feeling
Dave.
you're poised like this.
You reckon? No, I wouldn't do that. Not me.
Whoa!
No.
I just moved.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Well, that's me confused for the night.
Hold on, then. Let's just.
Oh.
Is that better?
I was over there.
It gives the audience something to watch anyway. Yeah.
So, peeps have obviously all got one.
Air Cooled is saying that the new Ford Mustang have an engine sound that comes through the car speakers inside.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I
presume that's for. I presume that's for penis engorging, reasons really.
It's so they can hear their engine, because they'll think it's not on, and they keep trying to start it even though it's running, because it's the way it is. So they need to have some kind of sound inside. But
so it's quiet as shit.
Yeah, the people need to know the sound outside as well. So you're going to have 2 speakers, one inside and one going outside.
One outside, yeah.
Otherwise, nobody's going to hear anything.
No, you want them on all 4 corners, quadraphonic, mate, so that everybody can hear it. You just have one pointing forward or whatever. The folk behind aren't going to hear it, are they?
Give them an electric one and some headphones.
This is the thing that totally baffles me, is the fact that we're trying to silence bikes because apparently we're too noisy. We've got to have electric cars, and then as soon as we do all that, we're now going to stick speakers on everywhere so that the people sitting inside the damn car can actually hear it, let alone the people on the outside can hear the damn things, right?
Yeah,
I don't get that.
That's going to actually doing whole new boombox type thing. You know, a boombox on the top of the car, so you can hear.
When
like politicians.
They can basically make the sound of their speakers as loud as they like, so they can have it nice and quiet, just enough so that pedestrians can hear you. Whereas with us guys, with our motorbikes, we like louder. So we take off things to make it louder. We remove the thing that if they really wanted to enforce the law, we would not be able to remove with a single screw out of the back of the exhaust.
But you see, the thing is that, like, even today was, and my bike's not that loud, even with the baffle out, to be perfectly honest. But I came up to a set traffic light, so I was in the outside lane, and I knew damn well this car was just going to go boom across me without even looking. So I just gave it a quick rev, and you saw him, purposely weave back over again. And if I hadn't had that noise, I would have been probably taken out, maybe. I don't know.
Well, that's the whole point, you see. I mean, you want to be able to allow people to hear you. I mean, I can remember before I changed my exhaust, when it was the stock exhaust, I used to have people running out or walking out on me all the time. Yeah. As soon as I changed my exhaust, I think I've had one person do it, and that person was on the phone doing the zombie walk.
I found they're less likely to walk out on you if you just ride down the pavement.
Yeah.
Now they try and run out on you.
Going back to motorcycles, have any of you guys seen the new BMW motorbike that they're bringing out?
No.
They released pictures of it today. It's the new M1000RR. So basically, it's an S1000. It's an S1000 with a supercharger on
it. like you need.
Yeah.
No, that's a 2016. So it's a 2020 one, isn't it?
Yeah, 2020. It's an M1000, not the S1000.
Yeah, I got M on there. That's coming to best, but I got the M there, so hopefully.
Electric supercharged.
Electric again.
Yeah.
Electric
I think
again.
I'm saying the actual supercharger's electric.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like a petrol bike.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a petrol bike with an electric supercharger.
yeah.
Basically.
Why would you do an electric supercharger rather than just drive it off the engine?
That's the one.
Well, you can actually tune it then, can't you?
I think that's the one.
Yeah, there's an S there. I'm trying to find the M. It's very difficult to find.
Yeah, they only released the pictures of it today.
That's a KTM.
I received an email with the new pictures of the M1000.
Well, yeah, it's probably
maybe it'll be a controversial point, but I suspect it will be too expensive.
If I can find it,
Yeah,
I will
but
stick it
that's
on
like
the
BMW, isn't it?
through Messenger.
I
Say again, mate.
There's a lot of bikes now seem to be getting into, well, what in Yorkshire we call silly bloody money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And once a bike's got 5 digits in its price, I start to get a little bit worried. You know, anything over 999 quid, basically.
You're not including the pennies.
Absolutely. But I mean, we're at a point now where you've got bikes, and this probably is controversial, but maybe I'm just getting old. But we are at the point where bikes are getting way more than you could ever use on the road, but designed as road bikes.
I'll just send you a link over.
And then they cost 20 grand. Surely you can have a lot more fun on a bike for half the price.
Well,
Less.
Yeah. Well, somebody else can buy it brand new, can't they? And then
Yeah, we buy it later on when they've got fed up of it.
yeah, when it's got 1,000 miles on it after 3 years. I remember looking at a Hayabusa in a local shop, not with the intention of buying it, but looking at a Hayabusa in a local shop that was 3 years old, 3 owners, and 3,000 miles. And thinking, what was the point in any of those owners?
Having it, yeah.
Because they twisted it, went, ah! And then went, I ain't driving that anymore.
I scared the shit out of myself. I passed it on to somebody else who scared the shit out of themselves, who passed it on to somebody else who, well, you know, of course, if I'd have bought it, I'd probably scare the shit out of myself.
Just a quick question here. It says electric supercharged bike design. Now, does that mean the supercharger is electric?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because these superchargers normally run off the engine.
Yeah, the direct drive normally, so you've got power from the start, not like a turbo where you've got to wait for it to spin.
Yeah, so
Some of them are belt driven, aren't they?
Yeah, but the thing with electric drive is you can actually tune that, so it can actually you tune your boost.
So instead of
You can tune it on the fly.
Yeah, so instead of waiting for the engine to get to certain speeds, it will get there first and then make the engine get faster.
Can you make that picture bigger? Is it me or is there something missing at the back?
No, there is something missing at the back.
Have they made that tail out of paper?
Yeah. No, there is something missing off the back, but unfortunately that's the only picture I've got.
That is weird, isn't it? I mean, that
looks like it's a bit photoshopped, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you sat on that, it would fold, wouldn't it?
This edge here definitely looks like it's been photoshopped badly.
Yeah.
There must be a really ugly part there.
Yeah. But yeah, that definitely looks photoshopped there, doesn't it?
See that? And if that is legit, that is such a flimsy little bit of paper, like you say, on the back of what looks, or they try to make look like a really beefy machine. Nice big tank, you know, big bearings and etc. And then you have that bit of wafer at the back. It just doesn't look right at all.
I mean,
there's another picture of it, Dave, if you find it on the riders.drivemag.com. There's another picture from the back, and it actually looks like that.
Have you got the
Surely
link?
this is... I will try and send you a link to the old face crap.
Yeah, that'll be good, because it's easier than me trying to find it and host.
That means I've used face crap twice in a week, though, so I'm holding you responsible.
That's fine, mate. That's fine. You're allowed to use it twice in a week if you're on the chat.
Yeah.
Only if you send in links.
Don't start twitching.
if you got to that link and just jump right on the pictures.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
Isn't the internet clever?
Yes, that's the new
Same
design
picture.
for the BMW, and it's bloody awful.
If you click one of the arrows to go right,
I got it.
I mean, it's clearly a rendering rather than a real thing. But
Yes.
if that's real, that just
That is the
that looks
actual.
crap.
It's
See,
weather thin.
See, that can be carbon fiber, and it will hold the weight and everything perfectly fine. But it does look like it's going to snap the moment your supermodel sits on it.
No,
Or to be fair, if you take it around a Yorkshire road that hasn't seen tarmac in 20 years,
I don't think I'll get my arse on it.
I like that exhaust pipe though.
Because it's purple or because there's a turbo on it.
I think
I'm not bothered about the turbo.
It's more the lip look of it. It's the lips he's going for.
Maybe that's subconscious. I was going for the fact that it looks like that.
It looks like that.
It's actually good to see
Yeah.
that they haven't taken the same design of exhaust that they seem to be putting on all the Jap bikes at the moment. That just look fucking ridiculous. Like somebody's wheelie bin's been stuck to the side of it.
Yeah, that looks like a giant spliff. So I've been told.
But can I ask, if you're actually looking at the tail, one presumes that three white lines, are they lights?
No,
I think it's track only.
That will be the light there.
Isn't it in the M track only, or is it roadworthy?
Yep.
Yeah. Go down.
I mean, that's
going
going to have 3 foot of plastic on the back
roadworthy.
to put a number plate hanger on it.
Is that not a turbo on it?
That's what I thought there. But why would you have a supercharger and a turbo?
Well, yeah, I can understand why you're saying that, but you have a supercharger to actually stop the turbo lag.
It's possible.
Where's the swing arm?
It's
But
there. See,
Is that also made of cardboard?
Yeah, this thing here is the swing arm because you can see the suspension on it, and it's one-sided.
It does come in from the top a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's see if I can go back a bit. Any time today would be nice if you load up your... There we go. Yeah, there's the swing arm. It's one of those mono-sided huge things.
Yeah.
It looks bloody horrible, doesn't it? It looks really ugly.
Yeah. Don't look
Doesn't
nice.
feel.
There's the turbo.
Has it got the weird winky eye of the BMW? Because they always have a winky eye, don't they?
That one's got proboscis.
Oh.
That's
That one is
interesting.
literally a knobhead.
That is the air intake for the engine. My word, that's the naked version. So naked, you got nowhere to
Like
sit.
a giant phallus, doesn't it?
Yeah, so you've got all this framework and everything and a half litre tank.
Yeah. That's a better view of the swing arm for you.
They've not really bothered with aesthetics at all, have they?
Oh,
No,
I'm
it
sure,
looks like-
I'm sure the designer will have something to say about that.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks like some student's design idea, doesn't it?
I'll happily have the argument with them. But it's if you zoom out a little bit there, Dave.
I just phoned Carl up and he froze.
There is no balance to that at all, is there?
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the background watching, mate. Yeah, I was thinking of
No,
red
you're
Dave
not.
up.
I think there's one rule to a motorbike design, and that is it has to look good from every angle, and
Yeah, I
that
know.
doesn't.
And
That looks like two bikes
That
stuck
really
together.
doesn't.
Right, Peter, it's been great to speak to you again, mate. All right.
Yeah, nice speaking to you as well. Hello,
Ta-ra.
Wendy.
Ta-ra, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Oh dear.
You
I think
stupid
David forgot me, right? I tell you, there's tumbleweed in this house.
Go on, Waggy, we're all waiting for you to come back
Well-
and tell us what your opinion was on the back end of this thing.
Well, I knew he was there. I just couldn't be bothered putting him back on again.
We're
Yeah,
having
but
such a good. Oh God, he's back again. We're having such a good conversation, but
Well, I just phoned you up, Carl, you miserable bastard, and you didn't even answer.
What?
Go on,
What was
Weggy,
it?
your opinion on this cut and shut job of a motorbike?
Right, okay, right. I'll take this. Obviously, the Beamer, right? It's the Photoshop. Is it actually in production, this thing, or is it a picture of the actual finished product, or what? What is it?
I would say it's a drawing.
It will be going into production.
I actually think they look rather good, to be honest. I like it.
Do you?
Yeah.
What, even see?
Yeah.
Dave, can you come back?
Yeah, get rid of him.
Yeah, I can come back. It's no problem.
Sorry, Weggy.
No, you're not.
Hold on, I just got to
I've
make a
got
phone
his
call.
back. No,
I'll
Just gotta
tell you
make
what, Dave has got perfect comic timing.
Have you noticed I'm relaxed tonight? I'm just laid back. You have a laugh. You take the piss, or I'm not going to phone Dave to complain.
yeah.
That'd be interesting. Let's see, because he hasn't got my number, so I don't know which Dave he's going to phone.
I'll tell you what. Let's have a look. Hold on. Let's have a little look. He certainly doesn't trust me, does he? Right. Let me have a
You
look.
could do him on messenger phone call.
That's the only
Chris.
thing that he could try.
Jesus, he's giving the game away. Let's just try him anyway. Let's see if he answers.
Always one.
Let's have a look. Right, okay. He's cut me off. What a bastard. All right, seriously? What the heck?
The quality was poor.
Hello? Oh, no, I'm a wanker, but that doesn't take anything away the fact the way that you resemble and you live the life of Rolf Harris in prison, right? I don't know what the hell that's got to do with me being a wanker, to be honest with you. Right?
I've got an echo.
Oh, there you are. Right. I'll speak to you later, Mr. Saunders. Right? Tell her. Right.
I didn't know what the beeping noise was, mate.
Actually, the
Sorry,
funny thing
I'd
is,
have
when you
answered
put
it
it-
else.
The funny thing is, when you put that phone down, it said, is Carl Saunders a tosser rating 1 to 5? Fair enough.
It's horrible. I can see myself.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah, the Beamer. No, I don't like the rear end. I mean, I like the fact that it's because it's like obviously monoshock or whatever the BMW want to call it. But no, the tail end, yeah, no, not really. I don't know. It looks a bit shut. It doesn't look particularly comfortable, does it? It's not, the most comfortable looking machine ever produced. But it's radical, so there you go.
It's,
Yeah, I know it's
the latest
going to come.
bike that BMW are going to be bringing out.
Yeah, they're going to be cheap.
No.
Well, I think they're trying to go up against the Quacker, aren't they?
Looks really? I don't know. It looks more like a sort of. It looks more sort of like a latest bladey type machine. To be honest with you, I know it's a Beamer, but don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think because Kawasaki built the H2,
yeah, possibly.
BMW didn't want to be left out, so they decided to build one themselves.
Trouble is, it's an area now. It's an area now. If we're all honest, right? We're all sort of slightly older now. I mean, what sort of relevance has a bike like the H2 got in our world?
It ain't.
It hasn't at all. Not in the slightest.
We couldn't afford to insure it, let alone buy the bloody thing.
No. But then on the road, what relevance to us on the road has that particular bike got?
Can I just say,
I'm much more-
It's up the road, can't you? It's too bloody.
I'm so happy
You'd
with
lose your license or you'd lose your life, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And this is that is probably the very reason why I'm so happy with my Bandit
It
600.
definitely wouldn't get me on one, mate. I can't do the head down, arse up anymore.
But I must admit, I think this is the very reason why I like my 600, because I know I can blat it. I know I've got a bit of pace. I know it can
What's going on
pull
with Dobby then?
quick enough. Can you not hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
And that's why I like that. You get something like this Quack H2. Yes, it is phenomenal. Yes, it is an absolutely fantastic machine. They do look nice. I do appreciate everything of it. But it's not an everyday bike for somebody like me. And to me, that would be just throwing good money after bad. To buy something like that you can't actually enjoy and push to its full potential, just doing your normal every day. Whereas I can have some fun on my little 600. On my bandy, I love it to bits like that in that respect.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say is that I would like to, and it's probably more jealousy because everybody else has got a 1200 and I've only got a 6. But you know, again, do I need a 1200?
I'll tell you what it is, Peter. Right, I'll tell you what it is, mate. I mean, I'm not knocking the 600s at all, right? But once, I mean, a band at 1200, right? Now, they're not, of course, they've got the fantastic lump. They're pretty much unburstable. They don't produce a stupid amount of horsepower. I think mine's dynoed at about 119, right? So that's quite punchy. But what it is, it's not just the overall horsepower, it's the gearing, it's the actual torque and the way that engine uses it. And that's where the band at 1200 is such an enjoyable machine to use. Of course, it only does about 100, if you want to do it 140 mile an hour on a naked, then fair enough, but it's not about that. It's just the hoonability of the bike, whatever speed. It's instant acceleration. Of course, it's not, it's not the most powerful bike in the world. It wasn't when it was produced, but it is what it is. It's enjoyable. And you will, believe you me, right, if you've got half a smile on your face with a 600, trust me, that grin will be round your ear holes if you get a 12. I'll promise you that, Peter. I'm not a word of a lie. And I think you lads will understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, that's taking it up to, in my eyes, there's somebody that's naive. That's taking a 600, knock it to the 12. It's still going to give you the buzz. It's still going to give you the everyday ability to ride the damn thing around town, and it's still going to give you that kick when you just want to get out on the open road and you just want to open up, and it gives you that.
Again, Peter, it depends on what you want. I mean, I remember. So, for instance, Chris, when he had his ZZR 1400, I mean, that's going back about 6-7 years now. And I tell you, first time I met Chris, I had my ZZR 1100. No, he was proud of his bike. I was proud of mine. I mean, the ZZR 1100 was a fantastic bike, still is in a lot of ways. Still the same motorcycle, albeit we've moved on many years. But I'll tell you what, we opened up, me and Chris. Remember that bit of road we opened up? And I'm not kidding. I was doing quite well on the 11, but I weren't going to stay anywhere near the 14 when he picked up speed, and he absolutely fucking flew. And I mean, you must have been doing about 140, 150 up that stretch, easy. And I was well over 120 myself. I know that much, and I was still building up speed quite heavily. Yeah. But you started to edge away at that time, and that's the difference, Play, I suppose. Of course, it depends what you want from a bike. See, it's not the top speed for me. It's, if I can do 0 to 60 in a second, that's where it is for me. I'm just going to rip my arms off, right, push my eyeballs through my ear holes. That's where it is for me. It's not about me. It's not me traveling towards trees at 190 mile an hour that actually infuses me to ride a bike.
No, I mean, I know the 600 is not that powerful, but for me, it gives me that buzz. It gives me that little bit of, you drop it a couple of cogs and boom, and you can just go. And it's that acceleration that I love more than the high speed.
But yeah, I'll tell you there, right? I will say this to you, man. There's no disrespect. Get your backside on a 1200, mate. Get it on an open road and wind that throttle back to the stop. You'll find out exactly what I'm on about. You do it with, say, for instance, like Richard. I wouldn't expect. I mean, Richard's chucks out quite a bit more horsepower. I don't know what he's about 150 horses on yours, Rich. Yeah. Right. Do that on the same. I wouldn't actually recommend doing it on Richard's bike, to be honest with you.
Don't pull man to the throttle stop in anything on the fourth gear, because it will.
It will. But the bandit will lift this front. I mean, my bandit will lift up its front wheel and keep the front wheel up. There's no two ways about it. And you've got the potential, if you're riding it properly, to turn it over. But the thing is, Peter, right, within reason, with the amount of horsepower and the torque, if you've got the right road, you can put yourself just over that tank, mate, just slightly forward of them bars, right? Pull that throttle back and just tell you what, don't even touch the clutch lever, mate. Just flick that gearbox through. And I'm trusting you to do that and tell me you want to go back to your 600. That's not disrespecting your bike, right?
No, that's because I haven't experienced it.
Exactly. I'm not being, I'm not rubbishing anything. I'm just trying to express.
Let me put a middle argument in there for you, because obviously I'm on the Z1000 and I had the 500X at the same time, and Loved them both.
Yeah.
And I think there's an argument, actually, and this goes against all rational thought from Weggy's point of view and from my point of view, to be fair. But I think there's an argument for the 600 that you can drop a couple of cogs and go for it. With a Z1000, with your bike, Weggy, you don't need to drop the cogs. It's just there. I mean, I've never found a point at which the Z1000 isn't pulling.
No.
I took it down quite a long runway, and at 140 in top gear, it's still pulling your arms out of the socket. It's just nuts. Yeah. But on the 600, the difference, and the reason why it might appeal to me with two broken collarbones, is the bike is 30 or 40 kilos lighter.
Yeah.
So if you're on the road alone and you're not taking it around a track and you're not trying to kind of kill it, try or kill yourself, then actually to turn that thing around a corner on the narrower tyres, because it doesn't need the heat dissipation of bigger bike, and the lighter bike, actually you can have a great deal more fun, I think, on the road on a small bike in twisties than you can on a big one. No, I'll let you argue that one, Wiggy, but I
do agree. I mean, it's like, I suppose it doesn't matter what size motorcycle. I mean, there's, of course, every motorcycle produces a different output, and of course, you can have like we used to call them trail bikes. You can have road bikes. You can have they call it what do you call them, adventure bikes nowadays. That particular bike doesn't interest me. Not that I'm knocking them. I just don't interest me, that type of bike. But I mean, I suppose really, of course, you can get as much fun as I said earlier. I got more fun actually out of my little Z200, little thumper, than I did out of something that was producing 123 brake horsepower. I don't sound a lot nowadays, but the FJ 1200 was quite a formidable torque monster in its time, And
on the other hand, I will say, if you have only ridden a 600, you really should try something like a Z1000.
Oh Christ, yeah, no two ways about it. That's my only argument to Peter.
Yeah, I think you have to try everything once, don't you? With some exceptions. But,
absolutely.
That's the
Hal is quite an exception.
How would you rate the 650 then, Wiggy?
And I rate the 650. It's a lovely bike. It's extremely smooth. It's completely different to, obviously, totally different than what Peter's got. Because it's obviously the water cooled. It's the last of the range of the Bandits, the same as the 1250. I find it very, very usable, very tractable, completely different in handling. Of course, I've never actually ridden a 600 Bandit, so I wouldn't know. But it's a very nice motorcycle. It's screwed together properly, and of course, you can't knock it. I mean, I haven't wound it right up because it's your motorcycle. I'm not going to sling it down the road. But as a motorcycle to ride, of course, it's a fantastic bike. I mean, if you're into that size bike, the sort of 650 size, I mean, it'll cover everything most people want to do. It's a fantastic bike, and as going on from Jim's perspective, the bike is actually up for sale when he wants it to go for sale. Of which I spent a couple of 3 or 4 hours cleaning it right up for you the other day, didn't I, Jim? So
you did. You're doing such a Scarlet. You're doing Scarlet for me later on, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, 650, fantastic. Yeah.
In that case, mate, can I bring my little bandy around? You can clean her as well.
Sorry, mate.
I said, can I bring my little bandy around and you can clean her as well?
I don't give a shit, man. I've worked on so many bikes, and I got to a point when I was starting to think to myself, geez, I spent so many hours cleaning the bikes, I won't get the chance to enjoy riding them. And then the trouble is, if you spend so much time dedicating deep cleaning on your motorcycles, of course we all clean up bikes, because if you love a particular motorcycle, you're proud of it, you want to keep it clean. Most people do anyway. But there comes a point in time when you think, I'm spending more time cleaning the fucking thing than I am actually riding it. That's bad news. So I turned it around. So to be honest with you, I don't spend as much time cleaning mine as I used to. I maintain them, but I don't necessarily go, every time it rains, I don't bring it back and polish it all down. That used to niggle me, that sort of thing, but it doesn't anymore. But of course, a clean bike is a much more maintenance friendly bike.
Don't ask Calm Biker to clean your bike, because he'll strip it down and take
perhaps, at the end of the day, for me, my bike is for me to enjoy, for me to go out, have fun.
I'll tell you what,
get out on the open road, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, Calm Bike has got.
But
I used to
I
have one.
don't want to spend.
Calm Bike has got fantastic. I hope you still got it. Is the ABBA Skylift?
Yeah,
you've
brilliant.
still got that. I mean, brilliant machine. That is fantastic. I love them things.
Yeah, lockdown and the Skylift went together perfectly because for 2 months the bike was in bits and it was clean to spotless, and everything that had paint chips on was repainted, and it came out looking like brand new. Of course, pissed it down with rain the other day, so it's all ruined. But it was fun at the time,
Yeah. If you, because at the time I had the ABBA stand, because the company that produces them, like coming from China, because we have a lot of the ABBA stuff coming for our warehouse anyway. But it's just up the road in Essex. The actual company itself, and I had the ABBA stand with the ABBA front wheel lift system, and that was absolutely brilliant. Because obviously you get all the adapters for all the different bikes. I've got about 5 or 6 in my drawer down here, but Rich just had that little bit more money available at the time, and he went the route I would love to have done, which was the ABBA Skylift system. You know the one I'm on about, Chris, don't you? The one that you've seen it advertised with the Busa up on the and they're fantastic. As long as you've got a nice level floor, they are fantastic pieces of kit. Really are.
I mean, I thought about a table, but a decent table, and the difference was about £100. I thought it was worth it.
Yeah.
I did get the Superbike stand as well. I haven't got the front wheel lift kit, but the Superbike stand for quick jobs is really handy.
It is, mate. The thing is, obviously, with the front wheel lift, obviously it saves you trying to, when you're doing the front wheel maintenance and the brakes and everything, it just gives you that little bit more ease to. I mean, I love that. I love that thing. Adi at Cox Motorcycles has got one, and they are absolutely brilliant. You seen one of these before, Peter? You ever seen one of these before, Pete?
I haven't actually seen one physically, but I have actually seen them advertised.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic bit of kit.
They really
what
are.
The hell I do with one, I don't know. But yeah, that must be phenomenal to be able to do that.
It's really good to, if you want to, some jobs where you want the front wheel in the air or the back wheel in the air, it just makes your life so much easier.
Yeah.
I've not got the swing arm removal kit yet, but I think I'll get that at some point. Probably when the swing arm bearings need doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, apart from that, because it's the only thing you can't do is take the swing arm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, that's the thing. I don't know. I don't work on my bike, and I don't know how to work on my bike. But I must admit, I like the look of one of those, and to be able to just stick it up or do something, get a pit stand or something where it makes it 10 times easier to even just lubricate your chain, for example.
Many people would say many people would say that I don't know how to work on the bike either, but it doesn't stop me trying.
No. Well, the simple. Do you know what? One of the reasons why I bought the ABBA stand originally is because I was not a fan. I never have been a fan of your paddock stands. I just don't like paddock stands. I hate them.
No. ABBA stand is a better system.
Once you've sussed it out, they are literally a brilliant piece of kit. I mean, I've seen many videos that obviously Richard has done on his channel. And to be honest with you, I got to the point where he's actually enjoying working with the ABBA stand with the bikes that you've previously had, and you had more videos going down that particular route than you actually had on the road at some point in time. They're all enjoyable videos to watch. It's enjoyable to see how other people utilise a piece of kit like that. It's always interesting.
As long as you never look at my stuff and see it as an instructional.
Well, especially, yeah. I remember Danny's tyre change. I do remember that video.
I mean, that's one of my favourites, is the Gorilla tyre. If anything I definitely advise people to do, it's the Gorilla tyre change.
That was terrible, mate, wasn't it?
Changing a tyre with no tools except an angle grinder, I think, is a superb way of living your life.
Did he not? He used a Stanley knife as well, didn't he? He had a Stanley knife, I believe, didn't he?
It was mainly angle grinder, to be fair.
I do remember that. He did enjoy himself, didn't he? I remember that.
The weird thing is that people looked at that video and thought it was a joke, but that is how Danny used to change tyres on his bike.
Yeah. Now, I think Suffolk Edge put that down the bottom here. Do not fit all bikes. No, they don't fit all bikes. But if they have, because most new bikes, well, I say nearly 100% of bikes, I mean, the ABBA stand was is good for the Bandits. It was good for my ZX12R. I bought my ZX12R, and the Abistan was primarily bought for that bike, but I used it on the Phaser 600. I used it on numerous bikes, and they've got so many. The kits, the actual adapter kits, are only £20.
So many bloody adapters.
Fucking loads of them, mate. You know, and they're all well made as well. I've just remembered the place where it was. The actual company, Abba, are based at Woodham Ferrers in Essex. But yeah, Randy's right.
It's quite clever as well. The front lift is quite good on them as well.
It is. Do you know what?
It's like a centre spike that goes under the bottom yoke and lifts the whole bloody.
Yeah, I mean, I just literally had the, I put the front wheel lift system on there, and just literally it was a case. You had the bobbin on the swing arm, and just you had the little ratchet strap, pull it right tight, and boom, you had your front wheel off the ground. It was lifted by about 3 or 4 inches front and back, which just basically gave you pretty much complete area to work on the front and back of the bike, maintenance wise, brakes wise, wheel wise, whatever. There's nothing really you can do apart from obviously remove the swing arm. What's he doing?
What are you doing?
Lady, I've had a message to tell you to take a breath. Do this.
Yeah. See, Andy's just mentioned about the K1200S. Now, obviously being a BMW and that, I wouldn't know, but I know BMWs, as far as I know, can be a right pain in the arse with that sort of thing.
Yeah. How much are them lifteds anyway?
500.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what Richard paid for his anyway.
The Skylift.
Yeah.
I happened to just be searching to see if there was a K1200 kit, and there's one come up. They're selling it for 437.
Oh, they've gone down in price then. Yeah, really. That's cool. So they've got one for Andy's bike.
So they're not that much more than a hydraulic table.
No, they're not.
Unless you go with a cheap eBay table, but that could end up in having fewer fingers. So
yeah. So I'm just obviously we haven't got Dave here. I'm just going. Something Andy said, go big Dobby. Right? Obviously talking about the go for the try, go for a trial on a Bandit or something. Just try someone else's Bandit 12. If mine, I'll be honest with you, when mine's set up, when I've got the China, I'll get it all sorted this weekend. If you want to take mine out, you're more than welcome to. But the only difference is a lot of people don't enjoy riding my bike because it's got 40mm dog bones on it, and it's arse end high, right? And some people just don't like it because of that reason. Because if you can imagine the way I find it quite comfortable to ride, and I'm very comfortable with the ride of the Bandit. But I know that I could imagine Peter getting on and think, "Fuck me, I'm not going to ride this thing," because of the 40mm lift on the back. Chris will understand this, and I've done the same with my ZZR11. I spun the eccentric adjusters round to lift the rear end up. Right?
I think you should just go balls out and try ZH2.
Yeah, I think you should. So that Pete was on a trike the other day.
Oh, I love trike. Absolutely love trikes. I've always wanted one.
I've never understood trikes. It seems to be the worst of both worlds. You've not got the manoeuvrability or the ability to get through traffic, but you do get rained on. I don't quite get it.
No.
Well, maybe if your legs aren't working.
Yeah.
The one that you sat on, Dobby, was Rover V8 strapped on the fucking trike frame, basically.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was nice. That was nice. What was his name? Tom, wasn't it? You said?
Tom, yeah, Tom. Yeah. One-legged Tom.
Lovely trike.
Tom.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I've got to go a minute.
Yeah.
Old man bladder.
The only thing I would do with his particular trike, and just nice to know, Carl. No, but I must admit, I'd have probably with Tom's trike, I'd have probably those 2 side seats. I'd take them out, and I would, instead of having it coming out so wide, I'd probably sort of narrow it down and then flick it out to the wheels or do something. But that's just my preference. I don't want.
You got a big 3.5 litre V8 engine, and that's going to tip over, isn't it?
Right. Well, anything tips over with me.
Quality.
Yay! Look at that.
I thought you'd like that.
Absolutely gorgeous. I'll tell you what. That has such a huge front end. It's bloody ridiculous. It really is.
Looks like a Springer front end.
I don't understand the mechanics of it all, etc. Jim will tell you, but I just loved it. And the rear bit about what I loved about the rear is he had a stainless steel type
beer barrel
on the back. Yeah, okay, a barrel on the back. As basically as the fuel tank, I presume. That was so cool. I love the look of that.
Rach says,
That's
"Do you want mine,
exactly
Dubby?"
what I want, but I'd love it as a. I've already been told not to touch it.
Then she says, "You're looking good."
Oh, bless your heart, Rachel. Oh, well, thank you very much, my sweetheart. It's nice to see you too. Definitely nice to have you on here.
Yeah, I've got to put a new sump gasket on that shortly, so that's another one I'll be working on.
You're going to be busy, Jim.
I already am.
It's because people need bikes getting running to get out in the good weather that we've got. Well, except for around by me, they'll want to be getting out on the roads. They're going to want their bikes doing. But going back to what you were saying earlier, Dobby, Carnbike was in the same position as you when he first did his first oil change on his bike. He'd never touched an engine before. And he just went through it stage by stage. I can't remember, Carm. Did you first do it with somebody, or did you just do it just looking at off the internet?
No, I just did it.
Yeah, because the oil change can be the simplest thing to do.
I did cock it up.
Yeah, I was going to say, but you can screw it up, and if you over tighten the sump plug, you can give yourself a world of hurt later on.
It was the filter I overdid, but
yeah.
But if you just follow the instructions, and the weird thing is, if you've never done it before, is nothing feels tight enough.
Yeah.
So you think this is holding my wheels on; it's got to be tight, and it isn't. And that's the weird thing. But if you get over the fact that nothing really is tight, then it's fine. And you'll lose a few bolts on the way, the odd wheel, but it'll be fine.
But the only thing that's tight on my bike, as in needs a bit of power, is the rear axle. Everything else is either tiny 10mm nuts. It's like 2 pounds. That's all it is. It's really, really, really small amounts. You don't have to monkey it, as they say. Don't monkey it, monkey boy. Don't welly it.
See that has always been an issue with me with anything I've done. Whenever I bulk something up or whatever, I've always got to go just that little bit extra because I feel need to turn it just that one more time
and then it snaps.
This is where the torque wrench is your friend. When you're starting off, you do what your torque wrench says. Especially on newer bikes, you find older bikes you can tend to worry sometimes because the threads are getting old and the amount of times they've been torqued up, and it's not as easy on old bikes. But newer bikes, just follow what the torque says, and yours go tink. That can't be enough. Tink, can't be enough. But it's enough. An oil filter, just over hand tight. That's all it is.
The thing I would say about torque wrenches is mechanics will tell you don't need a small one. You just need the big one for the, your axles and things like that. But if you get the small one, it gives you a feel for what the torque is. Tosh was the one who set it for me in my mind. For most things, it's tighten it until with bugger all pressure it won't go any further. Then another 5 minutes on the clock face, and that's pretty much everything on a bike, isn't it? Apart from the axles, maybe the brake calipers.
See, I think when it comes to, I mean, I've got 2 torque wrenches. One is smaller one, obviously. I work in Newton meters. I don't know about you lads, but I work in Newton meters, right? And you know, I find that, you know, obviously, do you you know, if it comes to things like rear axle bolts or any particular bolt, if you're not sure, just you know, check, you know, the maintenance manuals, right? Because they're the company who recommend these settings. And to be honest with you, once you've set, if you've got a properly calibrated torque wrench, you know, go with that. You know, feel it, and you tend to get the nerve feeling of a bolt anyway. And I don't know about you lads, but I'll set it up, and I might set it up to an extra couple of Newton meters, possibly sometimes. And I'll give it a couple of clicks, might just nudge it forward slightly, a couple of more clicks, and that's it. It's done. Simple as. That's the way I've always done it, and I've never had a problem. Never turned any nuts or bolts or anything.
I've actually very rarely used a torque wrench. I use the FT method.
What's that?
Fucking tight.
Oh, that one. Oh, sorry, yeah.
You've got feather tight when you actually sort of grip it round. Grip it round. Then you got fairly tight. You hold it in the middle.
Yeah.
And then you got fucking tight when you grab it at the end and give it some welly.
I've actually switched to.
You start getting fucking problems.
It's all right until you need to undo it.
People like me.
You actually get to feel the elasticity of the bolt, the nuts and bolts. You actually develop a feel for it. You go and you actually, that's it. You actually feel you feel it binding and the elasticity, and you just go, that's it.
You do get to the point where you start to question the torque wrench, don't you? Where you think this should have clicked by now.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I've been there as well.
I've now. I still have the clicker, but I actually prefer my beam torque wrench now. Yeah. And I know it's really old fashioned and everything, but there's something about the beam torque wrench never goes out of calibration. You know it works.
Absolutely.
I'd just like to say hello to Mr. Skeggy Cruiser. Hello, mate.
Hey,
I hope all's well, my friend. All right.
Yeah,
Just going back for anybody that's possibly looking for for a trike or two. There's obviously two that are going up for grabs. one is one is Stitches. Excuse me. That's going up for grabs because it's going to be sold, and so is Rachel's as well, which was Paul's. So there's two trikes up for grabs as projects.
Right. Behave yourself.
Not for me yet. When I get older.
Fucking hell, you can't get much older.
If I get older.
Next thing for you is a box. Oh God, sorry, I've got to inject a little bit of humour tonight. I'm so dry tonight. Incredible.
All this bloody information that we keep talking about, it's no good, is it?
Yeah.
Terrible. We're not taking the piss once.
Next time, I'm not going to say anything about bikes. We're just going to have a general chit chat about anything you like.
Do you know what? Tonight it's been totally different, isn't it? Because at least we've had of course we're bikers. All bikers is what we set these things up for originally. But of course we do miss the occasional banter. Well, I do.
Well, that's good.
I love just taking the piss. And having the piss taken. Take the piss. Go on, there we go. Peter, take the piss. And you, Jim.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what we need is Andy on here to talk about sheep. You see? Him and his sheep, he can keep us amused. You know what he's like.
Well, I need to jump off now, so I'll make space for Andy. I will say before he joins, if he joins, that it's about time he used my sticker design.
Yeah.
And if you're not aware of that, I'll let Andy fill you in on it.
Right. Anyway, I've just been asked a question by my stall crack and fight. You have to keep looking at it every time. I'll tell you what happened with it. Last week, I'll be honest with you, I took it down because I wasn't happy with my own presentation of it. I was a bit angsty last week, and of course, sometimes I use a bit of language, which is standard me. I don't pretend I don't use that sort of language, but it got to a point I looked at it and I wasn't happy with it. So, in respect of everybody last week with that, I just decided to take it down. You all done fantastic, but I wasn't happy with it, so I got rid of it. Simple as.
I really want to see it now.
No drama.
Respect.
No, Biggie. It's one of those things I just weren't happy with. Sometimes you look at yourself and you think, you're rude, you're loud, of course, it's just my decision. So, I weren't happy with it. So it come down simple. That's all I can say about it. Tonight has been totally different. It's been relaxed. It's been nice. We're chatting away quite happily, and it's good. So that's my answer.
We've not mentioned trifle once either.
No, we haven't mentioned. Oh, Jesus Christ!
We did mention electric bikes.
Hold on, I got something to show you. Hold on a minute.
Oh God, here he is.
While he's looking for whatever he's looking for, I'll say good night, chaps.
Good night.
Good night,
hopefully I'll be able to join you again soon. Cheers.
See you, mate.
See you, Cam. Ta-da.
I'm going to be shooting off in a minute as well. I just want to see what Weggy's getting.
A little gift.
I know what's coming.
Sugar strands.
Right, you know what they do. You know what they end up, don't it?
Trifle.
Right.
Oh dear.
Oh
give
dear,
you a unicorn food,
honestly, I'm not word of a lie, mate. I hate that stuff. I don't want to talk about it. Bloody stuff. There you go.
Right. I'm going to love you and leave you as well. So,
Chris, as ever, it's been a great time. Always good to speak to you, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll see you next week, Chris.
Yeah, you will do.
Yeah.
You take care, guys.
Yeah, and you, Chris.
Any going thoughts?
I hate that BMW.
See you later.
See you later, guys.
See you later, Chris. God, Mike, here we go. Here we go. We're going down that road again. Seriously. Promise me.
We're not doing anything like that. We're not doing anything like that. This is a good, happy chat today, so that's fine.
Oh, man.
Stitch says, night, Chris. It was good to have Calm on. He was telling me earlier on Facebook, he says he's been snowed under with work over these past few weeks. But he's just finishing off a little bit, and then he was hoping to get on. So
it's a little bit. It's a little bit of the old school, mate. I mean, obviously, yourself, me, Suffolk, and Skeggy, and obviously Richard and Keith, and that's all the old school hangouts, I suppose. So it's nice. It's nice to see, and it's great to see Richard again. To be honest with you,
when hangouts were hangouts, men were men.
This is the new world. This is life as it is now, and it's just as good and as much fun, isn't it? Even with Rolf. He's good old boy. Good old boy, Carl. Anyway, so Dave, did you have any more topics on the bikes? And it was something we spoke about earlier on, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just covering what you guys would be interested in doing or have thoughts on getting back into the riding. Now I can actually go out now and
road crew
that we could before. I know we can't exactly do everything that we want.
No.
But there are things that we all can do. We can go out and come back on the same day. We can.
Of course, yeah. I think you can, right, let's be honest with you. To say from my perspective, right, now, obviously, with the Suffolk crew, it's like you're running anything. Of course, you have to follow procedures and, guidelines and this, that, and the other. Otherwise, you've got to look after not only that group, of course, you've got to look after yourself. And, of course, you've got to be seen to be having some common sense, and you've got to be having promoting common sense with people, of course, regardless of your own personal feelings, right, on certain things. You've got to be seen to be doing the right thing. Now, of course, many of us want to be out on the bikes, and yes, things are moving forward. So now I'll personally hit the position and my thinking and speaking to other people, obviously, that we can now start doing this much more freely. Of course, we've got regulations. We all know what they are, right? But we can now, within reason, start putting some stuff out there. Because we all want to get out there. Now, if common sense prevails and people stick to using some common sense, right? And I'm not talking about the hundreds of thousands of people that have all grouped up in parks over the last couple of weeks who I really don't give a shit. Right? I'm talking about us bikers, right, and promoting the right thing with us lot. I don't give a fucking arseholes about what other people do. It's us lot and the way that we handle stuff, because we can do, as I said before, we can do 99 good things out of 100, and we do one thing wrong, and that's it. Mate.
Yeah.
all that way back to scratch. So I feel, and I've noticed with other people, I've spoken to Keir Barrett from Forever Two Wheels, I've spoken to other people, myself, Jim, Peter, and so on and so forth, that this is the time where we can start moving forward using common sense, and that's what we're going to start doing. Keir's putting some stuff up. I spoke to the admin earlier on today. We were going to promote one or two little things, which you can. We can't advertise big events. We won't have the big shows this year. We won't have the big massive meets and the run-ins because they're not. We just at the moment can't advise people to do that. But what we can do, we can put something together. Who's making all that noise in the background, right? We could do that sort of stuff, and if people follow procedures as what we're supposed to be doing with this groups of 2 and 6 and so on and so forth, I don't see a problem with it.
I agree with that.
I won't go against it because we've got to promote the safety of people. And if you start sticking your fingers up with the system, it's only going to come back and bite your ass somehow.
Absolutely.
So from that point of view, we follow regulations. Of course, we want people to enjoy same as we do going out and meeting up, and we will do. And as we move forward, hopefully there won't be no second peak and all that rubbish. We can move forward, and gradually we will get back to how we once were to a point. So I'm just looking forward to it. People are sick and tired of being stuck at home. Not. Of course, you can still ride, but there's certain things we still miss, aren't they?
Well, it's like I said earlier, wasn't it, Reggie?
Yeah.
I said earlier, the one thing I miss now, whereas I never missed when I first got on a bike because I was just on my soul. Now I actually miss go. Please, come on, out the way. Get black ass out of the way. Thank you.
You're not allowed to say that anymore, mate.
You're not.
Sorry, I apologise.
You got to remember there are ginger toms as well.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter.
all types of pussy.
Yeah, black pussy matters.
That's it. That's coming off my channel.
Yeah, exactly. You'll edit that one later.
At the end of the day, I think one thing I've learned very quickly is the camaraderie, and it's not just going out on a bike and riding. I think what a lot of people don't understand with.
Right.
And I'd like to think myself as a biker now. It's the ride out. It's the fun. It's the enjoyment of being together, going out for a nice ride, and then having a chat and chilling out somewhere where you can grab a cup of tea or grab a beer if that's what you want to do and stuff like that.
See you later, Skeggy.
I'm sorry.
Skeggy boy.
See you later,
Skeggy.
See you, Skeg. I'm sorry.
Take care of yourself, then.
Sorry, Dubby, but you can't call yourself a biker on this channel unless you're wearing a pair of glasses. Look at all us here. All of us are wearing glasses. You're not allowed to unless you got glasses on.
Yeah, and you know why we all wear glasses?
Yay!
Blind bastard.
Because when we were young, we was told that wanking would make you go blind. That's why we're always wearing glasses.
We didn't believe it. We didn't believe it.
Who said that? Who said that?
Yeah, but Carl, you've got the biggest glasses of the lot of us. Right? Do you know what that means, don't you?
Huh?
I'm a wanker. I'm a wanker.
Yeah, it's right. Most all correct. Yeah, spot on, mate. I mean, at the end of the day, we can only promote what's out there. And of course, if you're overzealous with it, you're like I say, you will get bitten in the arse, and it will come back. A lot of the times, it can come back on me personally. So, because you've got a responsibility, you've got to be responsible for yourself and a group of people. And I say, you start sticking fingers up at the system, it will fucking come back and bite your ass. No two ways about it.
Like them or hate them, the police like them or hate them. If you do what they say, they leave you alone.
I've never had no trouble with the cops.
Neither have I.
No, not me.
Never ever had any trouble at all.
Apart from when I got arrested, but I've had no problem with the police otherwise.
Yeah, well, that's because you're in jail. The police don't go there.
No, but I have to say, as far as I totally agree with you with that, because as far as I'm concerned, The police do a hell of a sterling job. So do the nurses and the doctors and the porters and everybody else. All key workers.
Night, cool.
No,
mate.
Right, okay. Yeah, see you later, buddy. Good to see you, mate.
Whatever job you're doing is such a key worker. I think it's. I think you should be applauded for that. Yeah. And people that are stupid damn arseholes that 1 minute will call, for example, on the police, and then 5 minutes later be standing in Trafalgar Square telling them they're all sorts. That's just not on. That's just not on.
I've got a question for you.
Go.
Is the guy that works in Timson's a key worker?
What's Timson's?
That's nearly as funny as syphilis.
I don't like him. Is he a key worker?
No, I'm just asking the question. Is he a key worker?
Got a conversation between the girls here. Rachel's asking to go pillion, and then Sam's coming back with the. Right, okay, right.
Okay.
There's reasons why these girls have ended up on trikes, as you know. Right, okay.
Most of us would rather go on a trike through health issues or whatever than not have any kind of open air experience.
Mate,
absolutely. I would. If I got to a situation where I couldn't hold my bike up, I'd be looking for a trike kit or look for somebody to actually make it into a trike for me.
I think anyone would, mate. I mean, we've actually got Kerry, who's a very good friend and admin on the crew. She's just got a Victory Hammer S converted, and it's come back, and that is one of the most beautiful trikes, right, I've ever seen. The way it's been pieced together, don't get me wrong, it's not been a cheap experience. But the overall finished product is absolutely fantastic. I don't know if Pete and Jim have already seen it. You've seen the pictures anyway. I know you have. It's absolutely, because in my eyes, and I don't knock trikes. I said this the other day, but a motorcycle engine trike for me is where it's at.
Oh yeah.
It's got to be a bike trike.
You know what I'm saying. And that just fucking 1700cc Victory lump is just purrs. It's just purrs, mate. Really.
See, I'd be inclined to go down the route of I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but guy in America actually designed a system where he can actually ride his bike, but he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
And when he's changing down, he's got this leg that comes down, or these two legs either side, that hold the bike up. So he doesn't have to put his legs down. Yeah.
See, we got support for the idea. Like I say, I said this only the other day, mate. If I lost the use of my legs, or there was a reason why I couldn't ride motorcycles anymore, then a trike obviously would give you pretty much the same experience. Simple as. No two ways about it.
Moist says, if a trike was the only way to get bugs in my teeth, I'd take a trike any day.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Says, possibly manage a cruiser on a small trip, but just have to see.
I must admit, with trikes, it was one of those things that I had this attitude when I were 19. I wrote off somebody else's bike because they lent it to me, and I wrote it off after 2 weeks. I always had this attitude that if I wanted to get in the biking world, then it will have to be by a trike. And that's why, if you look at any of my emails, there'll be WBT 12 or whatever. That's because I got involved with a magazine called Brick Shopper a few years back, run by Chris Ireland, who used to customize bikes and trikes and stuff like that. Yeah. And WBT stands for Wanna Be Triker, because that's what I wanted at the time. Because my attitude was, well, if I have a trike, I can't fall off the damn thing like I did my first bike.
I actually, do you know, you may laugh, right? But I actually loved the old motorcycle combination. Fucking funnily enough, I really do.
Yeah.
I do, seriously.
A bit like on the buses.
You'll be saying next that you like the old Sidewinder on the bike.
Fucking not them things, mate. Them bastard things.
Yeah, get yourself some stabilisers.
I think you lads all remember the Sidewinder anyway. Bullshit.
Yeah, stabilisers. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, terrible. I tell you what, that's a stupid idea, but I tell you what, it served the purpose, mate. Yeah, it served the purpose.
Served the purpose.
Yeah, but
shit built now.
Fucking. Like that. Do you know, my mate used to have the old Urals. You remember the Ural 650s with the combination? They used to produce them like that. They come over in this country. There we go. What's that? That could be I think that's a Ural based, possibly.
It is a Ural.
Is it a Ural Duniper?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, down in Ipswich, right? My mate used to have a Ural 650 and there were two lads on it, and he used to be able to get the sidecar up in the air, because if you look, the sidecar's on the right hand side. Yeah, right on, spot on. Yeah, and because it come round, turn to the right, the electric house where all the bus depot is in Ipswich, that thing would remain on two wheels, right, all the way around the electric house. Yeah, that's funny as hell. Yeah, seriously. It's fantastic. Man, I'll tell you what, look at that. I mean, people take the piss out of things, right? But I mean, you know, they served the purpose yet again, didn't they?
Yep, they did.
They
served the purpose.
You know.
Yeah, I was actually in a sidecar when I had my first bike accident. I was about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Wait, look at that. You just look at the smile on the face. She's loving it.
You think your missus, right, is nagging your ass off, right? You're going to do that, ain't you? You're going to do that.
Absolutely.
Put me down, really. When I stop, I'll put you down.
The Sidewinder.
Oh, Gordon. I've just seen Gordon's feet.
Plastic triangle with a wheel on it.
You can ride.
Yeah, it would move. It would move with you, so it wouldn't lift in the air the same way. It bent, as they say. There you go. That's it.
Yep.
Gordon's
triangle.
Yeah, Gordon. Yeah, that Sidewinder thing. Bloody old things. Gordon's saying you can ride a bike. You can ride a bike with 2 prosthetic legs, but DVLA will take your license off you. Right. Well, if that's the case, then you can't ride a bike with 2 prosthetics, can you?
Well, it depends. Well, if you got one of them in your hand and one of them on your leg.
It depends whether it's physically able to or legally able to.
Yeah, I say that's a silly, because my mate was in I went to school with a guy, I can't remember his name, Southgate, Ian Southgate, I think his name was. He had an accident, he was a pillion on a motorcycle, he hit a curb, and it compressed his neck, now he's paralysed from the waist down, and do you know what, within 6 months, he'd had a guy supplying with a wheelchair-based trike thing, yeah. And he was riding around for a good few years as he progressed in size, engine size. So his wheelchair would go straight on the back of this little platform, and then he'd ride the bike normally. It was probably an automatic trike thing. And if I remember rightly, he was part of the Shucks motorcycle club as well. What's his name? Jesus, it was Ian. I know it's Ian. Yeah, definitely. I can't remember his name exactly. Stitch would know anyway. But yeah, so yeah, of course. I don't know the situation with when it comes to actual loss of limbs and stuff. But I know guys who have lost a leg, of course, and who still ride trikes and stuff.
Where's that guy?
Don't worry to say we're saying that. We've got Cole King, who's got one leg.
Yeah, Cole.
And he rides his FZ1000 Yamaha quite happily.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So
even I had a job to keep up with him. Fucking lunatic.
Yeah, he's not slow, is he? He's a lovely bloke as well. Oh, Cole, his spirit's always good with Cole. But
that always amazes me when you see someone like Carl, you know, only one leg, and he can ride bikes like that. Or I saw a video a while back of a very, very short person or to walk basically. Obviously had something like 758 or maybe even 1,000, and he was being videoed, and as he came up to lights, he'd slow down and he'd jump off.
Yeah.
To hold the bike up. And I then think, look at me. I struggle to hold my bike up. I've got all the limbs and I'm the right size and stuff like that. Yeah, but it amazes me. It amazes me how people are adapt, and I think it's fantastic.
Sorry to bring this down a bit, but this statement is showing us that our viewers are not actually watching us, and they're more interested in their own little chats. This is not on. You should be watching us completely, wholly, just us for the whole 4.5 hours we're going to be here.
Yeah, look at me.
No.
Sorry, Stitch. I'm
just trying to remember the guy that I went to school with. He used to be part of the Shucks. He was paralysed. What the hell was his name? I went to school with a guy, and he was paralysed in this accident that I said, and he became part of the Shucks. Fucking Southgate. I'm sure his name was Southgate. I can't remember. No, anyway, she would know anyway. Yeah, sorry. I was just racking my brains. It's all fucking terrible memory nowadays. It's terrible.
Yeah, GB model said when I had my leg off, I tried to take my license off me, but I did a ride assessment and passed, so they didn't have a leg to stand on, so I kept my license.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Absolutely. Right, I'm watching honestly. Yeah, you're all boring me. I'll tell you what. Let's all fuck off and let them go and watch Netflix.
Snitch.
Bastards. Mark Southgate. Look, there's the name.
That's the name, Mark Southgate. Yeah, spot on. Absolutely. That's the guy I was talking about. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't know if I can. If I bring him up on Facebook, let me have a look. There is actually, if I can show you, you'll understand what I'm saying. What the fuck is that noise?
That's somebody having a stretch by the sound of it.
Yeah, me. Sorry, my back's killing me.
You sure you weren't having another tug there?
That sounds like it.
Behave.
Hold on, where are we?
Anyway, where's
Pussy? Don't be stroking his pussy.
Yeah.
Pay attention, Weggy.
No, hold on a minute. No, I don't know. No, I'm looking. Oh, here he is. Let me just bring this up.
Where's Suffolk Andy anyway? He said he was coming on later on. I ain't seen him in the commenting for a while.
Andy's probably gone to sleep, mate. He's been working 30, 40 hours days, hasn't he?
True.
You know.
Oh, any excuse.
No, I do not believe Suffolk Andy is watching anymore. I'm fairly certain he's just left us all alone.
No, he's still there.
His spiritual stuff, and then just.
Yeah, he's too busy with his sheep.
He's there.
He's where? Where is he?
Where is he?
Where? I
Come on,
can't, I can't see him.
Get in.
I reckon that's his daughter on there. He's probably said, "You just pretend to be me, and I'll go and have a kip."
That's very true, Mice.
And Mice says, "Sounds like Carl is working now, needing stronger glasses." Working on needing stronger glasses. Sorry.
God, if my glasses get any stronger, I'll have jam jar bottoms.
Stuff again. He says Ipswich. I said, "Where is he?" He says, "He's Ipswich."
Right.
Shit, Sherlock.
I'll show you one of his trikes anyway, right? If you can see that.
No.
Put it more into the middle.
Back.
Why don't you just share it on the Hangout?
I can't be bothered, Dave. I just look for it on there. I really can't be.
Oh my God!
Don't be such a drama queen.
Stitch will jump on.
Yeah, Stitch
come
will
on
jump
in.
on.
Yeah.
Come
Go
on,
on,
Stitch.
Stitch.
Come on, Stitch.
I'll
Come
send
on.
you the link.
Yeah, come on, give it a jump.
On that note, I'm going for a fag.
I was going to say to you a little while ago, Dobby. When we meet up again,
Yeah.
if you want to try a bigger bike, but you're not sure about the 1200, you're always welcome to take mine up the road and give that a go.
And this is the trouble, you see. I can't have enough gratitude for everybody saying, "Here, have a go on mine, have a go on mine." But I don't trust myself. I don't trust myself to take somebody else's baby out. And it might sound stupid, but you know, if I go out, even if I'm only doing 10 miles an hour, and I go and drop the bloody thing, that is going to destroy me.
When was the last time you dropped a bike?
Huh?
When was the last time you dropped a bike?
That was on the way to Bury. About
going round the roundabout.
Yeah, in February, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
So it was this February.
He ended up sitting in the grass verge, in the centre verge.
It sounds like a long time ago, but as none of us have done a ride out since.
I don't think that you've got much to worry about, because you tend to be more careful when you're on somebody else's bike anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not mine. I don't care. Fuck you now.
Bye.
Andy, good evening, mate.
Oi, who's saying Andy? There's no Andy here. Andy's not watching.
Hello.
He's not here anymore.
He's in Ipswich. Don't know where that is.
Yeah,
but,
he's in Ipswich. That's in out of Mongolia, isn't it? Ipswich.
I don't know. Somewhere foreign.
Yeah.
Hey, Randy.
Canada,
How you doing, mate?
I think that's on the arse end of humanity, mate.
Is there a
How you doing,
delay?
Andy?
Yeah, there
This
is a
is not
delay.
me.
Andy, say something.
Hello.
Yeah, there's a little delay. There's a tiny little bit delay. Don't know why.
Is there a delay?
Come on, Andy. You're allowed to say something, mate. Oh yeah. Clever boy.
That'd be good. Is after he said the words, he used a ventriloquist system to actually say something.
Yeah. He's got a hand up his arse. Somebody's going like this.
Oi, get down. Moise says good day, Andy. And Rachel also says evening, Andy. Stitch says evening, Andy. And
I've been here all night.
Andy.
I've been watching since the start, mate.
No, you ain't.
I have been watching from the start. I can trust you.
Yeah, he's been watching from the start. He fell asleep. Watched us through his eyelids.
Watching from the start. Okay, what was the second comment?
Hang on.
I was joking, mate. I was joking. The second comment was mine anyway, because I put the first two up.
All three.
Yes, you did. Yeah, I got them up here. One of my mates got H2 in a display case. It's living the room 0 miles. He says he's pension fund. There you go. What's happened to Weggy then? Is he gone for a fucking pull off somewhere? Is he?
Probably.
Yeah.
Going
to get his stronger glasses.
He needs that release.
Well, I got me pervert glasses on anyway. So these are me pervy glasses.
Hello.
Oh my god, he's a bit frightening, isn't he? Really? You want to be locked in a fucking cell with him, would you? Your ass would ache for a fucking month.
Come here, little boy.
God,
Oh, dear.
he's worrying, isn't he? He's just worrying. He's too worried.
my-
for
I'm not
me,
very
I think,
PC,
well,
though, really.
Well, Betty's swallow.
Mine says you've been out 3 times to tend the
Been
sheep.
out 3 times to tend to his sheep, but he's in here. Yeah, that's true. I must admit, I've been out in the garden a couple of times to have Mrs. P to have a fag, and I've had a vape. So yeah. But I did find your conversation on Dobby's frightening thought of going on a thou. So, but he's going to have a go. I'll tell you what, Dobby, you're going to have to.
Grow some body.
Dobby, you're going to have to stop being a girl, mate, and get yourself get yourself a big pair of big boy pants and get on one, okay?
Yep.
You're going to have to do it. You can't just keep sitting around there without no big boy pants on.
It's,
You know?
The simplest thing, Dobby, the simplest thing is remember that this is your control. So if you only do that, even on 1,000, you're only going to do it 20 miles an hour.
I get all that, and I would love to. And I must admit, the only time that I would actually get rid of my current bike, my 600 Bandy, is if I upgraded her to a 1,200 Bandy. If I got another, I'd have to keep my Bandy because I love
the band.
Yeah, but I love it. I don't know. It was what I consider to be my first powerful.
You don't sleep with it, do you? You don't sleep with your Bandy, do you? Don't take it to bed, do you?
So
how do you love it?
You don't know what I do.
If that's what floats your boat, mate, I don't care. But you're a consulting adult,
I've got a chain.
You're a consulting adult, mate.
What you've got to realise is a lot of big bikes, they react differently.
Yeah, no,
my CBF would handle and accelerate and perform a lot different to a Bandit. So it's easier for me to ride that because of the troubles I got with my shoulder and that.
Mm.
So if it's easier for me to ride it, then you'll be fine.
What I will say in my defence, it's not necessarily the size of the bike that puts me off, and it doesn't scare me. It's the fact that people are offering their own bikes for me to have a go on, and I
go down Allwells and do
the responsibility of getting onto somebody else's pride and joy and taking a ride out. Now, if I could find a decent 1,200 Bandit to pay the money that I can afford tomorrow, I would buy it and I would be out on there, because as soon as it's mine, it's my problem and it's my enjoyment, and it's up to me how much I push the damn thing.
I see where you're coming from, but even then, you need to ride the bike first to see if you like it or not.
Hey, my man, how you doing, Andy?
GB says you've been out eating your hundreds and thousands.
But go Allwells or go to a bike dealer and take a bike out on a road test.
Yeah,
exactly.
Doing it.
That way you're insured, and if you drop the bike, it's tough shit, really, isn't it? Because you haven't bought it, it's their bike, and it's there as a demonstrator, so they expect it to be damaged.
But the
thing is, with demonstrator bikes, you quite often have to pay the first grand.
Just let you know, lads, that the just had a notification card from the Black Shucks MCC. It is without a regret we have had to cancel this year's Scratching at the Door rally. All right, so what we've been chatting about previously, I'll just go through this. I mean, and you'll within reason know the Shucks. I know you lads do. It says here, I'll start from the top again. It's without the regret we have had to cancel this year's Scratching at the Door rally. We have tried to hold out as long as we could, but after discussions with a local authority, the licensing company and breweries, it's sadly just not possible to hold this year's rally. not completely unexpected, but as a shame at the same time. And if anybody's watching, if you've already purchased a prepaid ticket, please could you contact the social sec, so on and so forth. So basically, just to go through all that, the scratching at the door rally for anybody who's watching with the Black Shucks is cancelled. Just says here at the bottom, please look out for future events we are holding this year, as of the Halloween party, which is always a blast, and our toy run, all being well with the de-escalation of the COVID-19 restrictions. Thank you for your continued support and stay safe, everyone. So that's an update from the Black Shucks MCC on their scratching at the door rally. Okay, chaps? All right?
Don't you just love local authorities?
Yeah, well, trouble is, it is what it is, mate. That's a problem, isn't it? And of course, where they have their rally, I mean, you noticed that the Hadley Rugby Club had their shower house burnt down a few days ago, which was, an absolute shame, to be honest with you. Unfortunate. I don't know the full story behind it, but it was an arson attack. So it's just another fucking bit of stupidity that fucks it up even more, doesn't it? Anyway, so that's the update from the Black Shuck MCC as it stands this evening. All right.
I don't think there's going to be any rallies, festivals, or anything on for a good 6-8 months, is there, really?
I don't know, mate. It's hard to gauge because, of course, with everything that's going on now, then obviously restrictions are being lifted. So, of course, people are going to start putting things together. But you're not at the moment at a stage where we can event or put anything big together because you're just promoting stuff that can easily go against the regulations as they stand at the moment, and we can't afford to do that. So, unfortunately, that for the meantime, that is the case, isn't it? So
things can be lifted, but these things are not going to be lifted as quick as people want and hope for. I do believe that we are not going to get back to our normality until sometime next year.
I don't think so.
Do everything to be done.
Big group meetings ain't going to happen for good many months.
The thing that bugs the crap out of me with this is they open fucking shops and people are stood in bloody queues for Primark or walking around.
They're just being stupid,
right? Yeah. They're being stupid. This is organised properly, like a lot of the other rallies, and they're saying, or the local councils are saying no. So where's the common sense?
Do you know what the trouble is, Jim? The thing is, we're this. How can you put it? It's a pot and kettle situation sometimes. As you know, you've seen the news over the last few weeks, and there's recommendations for this, and then there's recommendations for that, and the two don't fucking just fall together. And you think, where the hell do we stand with this bullshit? We're being told one thing from one group of people, then you hear something completely different. It's understandable that people are getting annoyed with it, and they got to the point where they're starting to shove the middle finger up at the system. But of course, again, you've still got to follow the recommendations as set out. You've got no choice, have you?
I mean,
you've got no choice.
One of the things that came out, where was it, last week, they said that people that are actually shielding are allowed to go out.
Yeah.
This is what they said last week. It came on the radio this morning. They're still expecting shielded people to be locked away for another 2 months.
Exactly.
So how does that fucking work?
Exactly, mate. It's like with Jim, we were saying because Jim obviously he through the Suffolk crew and also through Full Throttle, where Jim works also apart from being a mechanic. We have this maintenance thing that Jim and Dor put together. Basically, it's the 3 or 4 hours of being able to. I don't know if obviously Jim does the maintenance, but also people are obviously welcomed. If I'm right in saying, Jim, to also help out with doing some maintenance at the time. If I'm right in saying,
they can bring their own bikes, and basically, I will show them how to do maintenance on their own bikes.
Yeah, simple as. And so we spoke about it the other day.
Yeah, basic maintenance like lubing your chain or checking your oil levels and just making sure everything's so road safe, basically.
Yeah,
because people don't bother anymore.
And he had a good take up. We only managed to get you one meet before the lockdown. Really, the second one was due.
The second one was due, but it was cancelled. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's they are coming up because me and Jim spoke about it the other day. So of course we put it on the crew, and Jim's back on on the main crew site. So that's cool. And of course those things we can promote, which is good because I think people need that now. And it's not big numbers. Obviously, you could have when you had the last one, you had a good few people turn up. But admittedly, this time we have said a maximum of 6 people, was it?
No, it's actually gone up to 8. They upped it to 8 people today. Yeah, so 8 people can come along.
Yeah, so like I say, as you say, and of course, being at full throttle and that, you've got the facility of their fantastic menus of breakfast and everything else. It's all part and parcel of a day out, if you like. So that's all cool. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Can I also say as well, what Jim is offering. If I can encourage someone like my son to come along as well, I think it's a fabulous thing. I wish somebody I knew was doing that sort of thing beforehand when I started getting into bikes. Because knowing even the most simplistic thing, yes, I know how to lube a chain and stuff like that, but how to do an oil change, I wouldn't know. How to check it and maybe change your spark plug, I wouldn't know, but they're probably very, very basic jobs to most people.
Yeah.
And to have somebody that is going to be available and put themselves out like they are, like Jim is, to do that, I think is absolutely wonderful. To be perfectly honest, because he can teach for example, he can teach my son something that I can't. And if it helps him, that's it's a good thing. Totally up to it.
Yeah.
I can
right.
looking at the statement that Stitch has just made there.
Yeah.
I can actually put a little bit more on that because I was talking to the brewery today, because as you know, I run a pub, social club, and they were saying that the bigger chains are trying to get open on the 4th of July with social distancing. But most general pubs won't be able to do it, because you couldn't social distance in my pub. But he did say to me that they are expecting, after this is over, that several thousands around the country of pubs and clubs will close. So it's not good news.
Yeah.
No, that's good news. I suppose it's obviously understandable. Hence the fact that a lot of these places are really wanting a quick turnaround, if you like. I suppose like the shops have been buying to sort of open up as quickly as possible. Obviously, they've had to follow social distancing measures as they are, and to a point, pubs obviously will have to do the same. But surely there's a way forward in a quicker fashion, hopefully, than what we're sitting at the moment. Because, like you say, Andy, I've heard this is literally it's killing the trade, it's killing the business, and it won't be. It won't be that many months before, like you say, hundreds or possibly thousands of these little places that we've had for so long won't be around.
There's going to be a shortage of Marmite soon as well.
Yeah. What I'm noticing is that a lot of CRU clubs in their thread, because I'm on what they call their thread, a lot of them have had their money off the government. Some of them got 10,000. If they're bigger, they got 25,000, and they've furloughed their staff.
Yeah.
But then now, and I've noticed a lot of them are now trying to get this crisis loan because they're still running out of money. And if they don't get the crisis loan, they're buggered. And if they get it, they got to pay it back. I know a small interest, but they've still got to pay it back. And if they're not going to get trade in straight away to full capacity, they're going to be buggered. Because it ain't no good to a pub to have half the people in for social distancing. You're not going to make enough money. So you need a full pub. The
only way of doing it is putting the price of the bevy up.
Well, to be fair, Carl, they're expensive enough as they are, mate. I mean, Andy's club is different, obviously, but no, I know what you're saying. But to be fair, then you've got to think about the general public. A lot of people are either missing money, or in a situation where things are not as good as they normally would be anyway. So, I mean, putting the price of beer up is not going to do them any favours whatsoever, is it?
No.
I like you can only. I said to the guy today, I said the only way my club will open is when we can have full capacity. We can't have full capacity, then we would lose money slowly over the. We've got money, but we would slowly, lose that money over a certain amount of time, and we'd be in the same as everybody else. They want you. They honestly, I honestly believe this. They want clubs and pubs to fucking close. Yeah. Because they want you in your fucking house where they can keep a fucking eye on you. They don't want you out there.
No, I know, mate. I know. Always
control.
Yeah. Fuck that life, mate. Because I tell you what, we'll retaliate, us fuckers. I don't give a. We're way past all that bullshit, mate.
As you know, Weggy, I buy beer all the time. That's what I do. And I know the prices of beer. I know how much. When I go into a place and they skimp me, I know they're taking the piss because I buy it.
I know.
And there's so many places that are going to close out of this, and that won't just be pubs and clubs. That'll be cafes. That'll be restaurants. Loads of stuff will just close.
Andy, Stitch has just put up there. Is that right? I mean, I've never heard of the particular brewery, Victoria Brewery. I think it's Victoria. Have you ever heard of a Victoria Brewery? I haven't personally, but
not really. No, I haven't. No. I only deal with the big, the real big brewers, like Heineken, Carlsberg, and all these sort of stuff. Yeah.
All right, okay. Rachel's just put up as well about the obviously Full Throttle, which Jim knows about. Full Throttle Barbecue, 5th of July, weather permitting.
They've got a barbecue coming up, and the shocks are going to be there. So.
Yeah.
Well, I hadn't seen.
I'm not. Hey.
I hadn't seen that. That'd be good.
Yeah, I think it's only been spoke about just recently. It wasn't.
Yeah.
But again, so you've got limited space. That's the only thing you got to think about. But then it depends on who's going, though, doesn't it? Oh, it's the same old story, mate. You advertise something like that, right? And of course, you've like we spoke about before. You've got to still be seen to be sort of like following these regulations, this, that, and the other. It depends how they look after it, I suppose, and how they deal with it. But you'll know more about it than I obviously will.
Obviously, the people that have been to Full Throttle know that, like, round the back is quite a big open area. So that is probably where they'll hold the barbecue. So,
obviously. Yeah.
You will have a social distance in there. And that's one of the reasons I'm doing the bike thing there, because you've got enough space to do it.
Yeah. So, cool.
Yeah. But, get your ass down there. We want the Wegmeister in there so we can pelt them with cream eggs.
That you fucking won't be pelting me with cream eggs. I've had enough of those things to last me fucking 10 years, mate. Nobody goes out of their way to buy me nearly 50 cream eggs, mate, for me to eat in 2 days. That's absolutely crazy, man.
You didn't have to eat me in 2 days, did you?
Yeah, Peter. Oh, right, okay. I'll just see that pop up. Andy, you've been keeping, mate. We hadn't spoken for a little while, boy. I know you've been busy working on the roads and this and the other.
Had a couple of days off this week, so
you look a bit.
Can't be too late tonight because
you look a bit fresher than you did last week. You look dead, to be honest with you. Last fucking week, or was it last week or the week before?
Totally
at least 2 weeks ago, maybe 3.
80 hours in a week was a bit much.
Yeah,
it's too much really. So I've had a couple of days. Me and my boys had a couple of days off. So and yesterday, Tuesday. And then Amy went out and done another paranormal investigation, which was pretty good. So
I'll give it a look,
nice
mate.
To do something different.
I started to watch.
You want to? That's brilliant. That is absolutely something.
Yeah, I look forward to it. I'll look at it. But I did see your last video briefly. You went out to some fucking great big church somewhere, and that was you and your boy, Aaron.
Silvery Tower.
Silvery Tower.
Yeah,
Silvery Tower.
Is that where you did the actual video this time round? Is it?
No.
All right.
Went somewhere else.
Yeah.
That is a
fact chat.
If you go on Suffolk Spooks, that's the new one's gone there yesterday. Really good.
I saw that
I have to say so myself. It's really good. Yeah, it's really good.
She did a good job with the divining sticks as well.
Yeah. Yeah, she actually picked that spot out as well. I was quite impressed with her because she said she wanted to do it, and I said, right, I'll let you do it, and she done a good job. Yeah, I was quite impressed with the girl.
Yeah. Anyway, Peter, looks as if you've got a wheeling competition, mate.
With Rach on the back.
Yeah.
You did see them, didn't you? Andy, you did see them, didn't
Yeah, I did. Yeah, Sugar Strands. Yeah. I see him earlier.
Fucking hell. Hold on. I'll tell you what. Hold on a second. Hold on. Do you know what? I'm going to try a couple.
The closest to trifle he'll ever get.
I'm not saying a word. I've never met her. I'm not saying a word.
Can I just say, seeing that, and I'm not going to say a word either, but I'd probably be jumping off the bloody bike and running like hell. Anyway.
Why'd
you say that? Why'd you say that, Peter?
Well, because I've never had the front wheel off the ground that I'm aware of.
Ugh, they're fucking ants.
What's the matter?
Man, they're sweet as fuck.
Yeah, because of sugar.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that.
God's sake, Reggie.
Yeah.
Dobby's still got his stabilisers anyway on the back wheel.
I'll tell you what though. I know they're going to end up on a trifle somehow. I don't know. Right.
If I had stabilisers on, I wouldn't be dropping it all the back in time, would I? Bless.
I'll tell you what, you're making yourself ever so popular, Peter. I'm actually I'm enjoying this coming up now. Right?
Get Dobby.
I just mean nasty.
Oh dear.
Oh shit.
He was only joking, nasty.
Dave, just go back to the. Hold on, let's have a look here. Just go back up to poor Dobby. I just want, and then post each one again. Well, I just want to see this.
Hold on.
Poor Dobby.
Is...
All right, let's have a look at this one. And just poke them downwards, will you? All right. Right, I'm just gonna read this little script. Right. Okay. Next one. Oh, come on then. Yeah. Right.
Oh, bless your heart.
Right, what can you say? So, Peter, what's your comeback on that one, dude?
Help.
They are sprinkles. That's exactly what they are, sprinkles.
Sprinkles.
Funnily enough, do you know, I'll have another little finger load of these things.
Oh, he's getting into them now. He started off saying the like ants in his mouth, and now he's going, I like these.
I like these, yeah. I like these on top of a trifle, yeah.
Fuck off. Fucking trifle. I don't know what it is, man.
Next, he'll be having a sprinkle sandwich.
Or Marmite and sprinkles.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Anyway, Andy. I think Richard did find. He did find. We talked about the ABBA stand or the ABBA Skylift. He did find a set of adapters. Didn't you know?
No, what it is, it's a strap because you know the ABBA stand fits on both sides of your bike with two sort of fittings, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They're like bolts go inside. My bike's only got one.
Right.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Only got one.
Yeah.
So when I take it down to Cox's, he can't lift it, so he has to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
So you can get a strap that you put round the bike now. You couldn't at the time, but you can get this strap and put one in, and you strap it to that. But I don't like the idea of that.
No.
But that's the only way you can do it.
Has yours got a centre stand?
No.
Oh, I'm sure there is. In fact, I know there is. Yeah, I know, Peter.
Christ, going back, isn't it? That's trifle.
Jesus.
Well, you said that stuff and put them on top of instant whip, didn't you? Sprinkle them on top of instant
well,
whip.
the old classic was the old, instant whip, right? Before this Angel Delight shit came out. That is instant whip. And so my old dear, right, because we didn't have a great deal of money, she'd break up one flake, right, and spread it between four brothers. Right? So there's bits of broken flake would go four instant whips. You know what I'm saying, don't you? Not a flake each. It wasn't a flake each. It's one flake one flake between four blokes.
You just got a bit, did you?
Yeah, fucking hell, mate. Yeah, and sometimes if she did have a flake, she'd chop up an old banana, one of the old bruised ones, and stuff around it. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, bruised bananas, mate. I used to say, I said, what the fuck is that? I said, it's all brown. She sold us a bruised banana.
Good old days, Reggie.
Yeah, it won't kill you. So we used to have bruised bananas and Angel Delight or whatever it was at the time. But
good old days, Reggie.
Funny enough, we had a discussion earlier on about who loves homemade bread and butter pudding. Come on. Homemade bread and butter pudding. You know it. Old school bread and butter pudding. Lovely. Yeah. Oh, man, I had that for years. Oh, they used to cut any old loaves, right? And that included the crusts, right? Any old loaves that started to go green. She scraped the green off, right? Just kidding.
Scrape the green off.
All the penicillin that'd get rubbed off on the floor, right? And then obviously all this bread used to get soaked in milk and all sorts of shit, sultanas, and God knows what else went in there. But I tell you what, they were lovely. Lovely, mate.
Yeah.
Yep. Old school food, mate.
My last girlfriend made one hell of a blonde bread butter pudding. I love that. That's about the only thing I really love.
You know what? Do you know they actually make a nice bread and butter pudding already pre-made in a lot of the shops? I think Morrison's do one as well. You know. Yeah, they're bloody lovely.
Can you remember where the old spotted dick? Can you remember the old spotted dick?
I was talking about it earlier. Mate. Mix it up with a big.
Yeah, I think I seen a doctor the other month about that.
Yeah, mix it up.
You want to?
Mix it up with a bit of custard. Hey Andy, mix it up with a bit of custard, right? Stab it all out and mix it into a paste, right? Spotted dick, right? And when you used to scoop it on your spoon, right? And turn your spoon upside down, that would stick to your spoon. Right?
Absolutely.
Spotted dick and custard. Yeah, lovely. Love the stuff, mate.
I don't think Stitch likes bread pudding.
Nah. Discusses primary shit with dead flies. Really? Yeah. Oh, so actually, you used to have dead flies. Yeah.
Treacle tart.
No, I hate treacle, mate. I hate treacle. Treacle hate stuff.
Love it.
No.
I'll tell you what I didn't really like as a kid. I didn't like that semolina. Was it semolina?
No, love it, mate. Love it.
And tapioca.
Yeah,
tapioca. That was horrible.
Do you know what I used to hate?
No, I didn't like
the schools used to dish up that pink shit custard. Do you remember that shit they used to dish up?
Yeah, with big thick skin on the top. We used to roll back. Yeah, you used to use it as a patch on your bike to fix a puncher.
So, you used to throw it. You used to throw this skin at somebody, right? They used to walk around all day with a bit of skin hanging off the back of their coat. You know, it's brilliant.
Or chocolate crunch.
Chocolate crunch was another one, yeah. Chocolate crunch. And the old dinner ladies, they all look the same, don't they? All look the same, all miserable. You know, because...
Gross.
Good old boy. I'll tell you what, Peter, you eat that cold. Eat that cold like I do.
Yeah, and I eat this cold as well.
No wonder I love the treacle tart.
Treacle tart.
Custard's okay.
Right.
Yeah. Can I just say there are other custards and semolinas, other than Ambrose, available to buy.
See, just don't know about
Rachel there, Frogsborn.
Horrible. Horrible stuff. Do you know he eats that stuff? I can understand why he rides a fucking 600. I really can. A fucking wanker. A fucking wanker would eat that shit and drive a fucking 600. That's his trouble.
Do you lads like tin fish? Do you lads eat any tin fish? It's shitloads.
I bet Dobby does.
Yeah.
If I eat fish, I die. I'm allergic to fish.
Oh, that's you dead then, right?
Yeah, me dead.
Right? No, seriously, I love tuna. I love tuna fish with mayo.
Nah.
Love it, mate. Love it. And I love what's the other one? Sardines, man. Sardines. Yeah, I love all that. Lovely.
Now, why would you buy it in tomato sauce? It doesn't swim
Why'd you
in
buy it
tomato
at all?
sauce. Why? Why do you buy it in tomato sauce if it doesn't come in tomato sauce?
Oh, I don't care.
No, so I love all the stuff. The only fish I don't eat out of a tin, I hate the stuff, is mackerel. I fucking hate mackerel.
Oh, what's wrong with you, man?
Greasy, oily shit. Anyway, let's have a look here.
Olive oil.
Smoked mackerel. peppered mackerel. That is gorgeous.
Gordon's got a spotted dick. Stitch treacle tart with custard. Stitch semolina. Yes, pink. I don't like that fucking pink custard shit. No, I really don't. That's bloody horrible.
Nah.
Tuna and pasta, lovely. Yeah, tuna and pasta, sardines on toast. I don't know. I don't know, sardines on toast. It's a strange one.
Yeah, lovely.
Do you think?
Yes, nice.
Yeah,
Nice. Lovely.
Mash it
really
up
nice.
with vinegar, put it on your bread, stick it in the grill for a couple of minutes to warm it through. Lovely.
See, I'm straight because I'll quite happily eat cold. I eat cold tins of sweet corn. I'll eat cold beans. I'll eat cold rice pudding. I'll eat cold semolina.
Yeah, I love cold.
I love cold food. You know.
You ate cold bloody bolognese the other day.
Yeah, if as a matter of fact, I'm going to get a tin. You've just reminded me. Seriously.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That'd be Stitch going in.
I tell you, I like my food hot and my drinks
I
cold.
don't know.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit ill here.
Not a fan of tinned fish. We'll put anchovies on pizza, but otherwise won't touch tinned fish.
Okay, so silly question, but what's the difference between a tinned fish and a fresh fish? Because at the end of the day, it's still fish.
Yeah, but
That
a fresh fish.
Yeah,
will
Dobby, one
go
with a
off
tin,
within-
mate.
Yeah, a fresh fish will go off within a few days, probably. Tinned fish has preservatives in it to keep it for longer, and it's also put in a tin.
Dobby, that's in a tin, mate. That's the difference. That's the difference, right? I don't know how many years you've been on this fucking planet,
Jesus,
but I would have thought that you would have worked out that fish in the sea swims in water, fish in the tin swims in bloody brine. That's the difference.
Or olive oil.
Olive oil. Yeah. That's only if they're foreign. Yeah,
I'll tell you
it's only if they're foreign. Oh, love Dobby. Love it.
It's got some serious flavour. That it really has. I know it says vegetarian, right? But it's really good stuff.
Oh,
God, man.
I pressed the right button.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
seriously.
just so fucking rank, isn't it?
No.
Oh, God. Call yourself a man. There's something wrong with you.
I mean, they're cold, fucking Rolf.
Yeah.
You
I'm in
cannot
prison and I wouldn't even eat that.
At least he's not in the prison cell.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I'm saying. I'm in prison, but I wouldn't even eat that.
Fucking soap.
Well, I bet you wouldn't. You get better food than that in there.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy having that fucking soap squashed up your arsehole? I'll have me.
Yeah. Keeps it nice and frothy.
Right. And I'm still living. I'm not next to her. I still can't suss out what they got in your cell here. Is that a bed? It is a bed.
Yeah. It's bunk bed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, this is lovely. Thank you.
Can't argue with Andy's logic. That's true.
Right.
Well, mate.
Well, Weggy, Dobby says, what's the difference between tinned fish and fresh fish? So Andy was telling him all about the fact that there's a tin.
It's in a tin.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, fresh fish is expensive. Fresh fish is very expensive nowadays.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Do you know tuna used to be dirt cheap as well?
Yeah, best place I've had fish is actually Belize. He just looked over this big pond thing and he says, I'll have that one. Pointed at it. They just scooped it out on the net and then cooked it for you. Cracking. Yeah.
The fuck are you on about?
Right.
Fish.
You know the worst thing about living
Yeah,
with
were they
like
tin?
fish.
Andy, what's he on about? Can you understand what he's on about?
But I can, but I'm just a little bit confused. I'm worried if we're the fish in a tin or not when they scoop it out.
They were swimming around in a big pond.
Oh, right. Did they have life jackets on then?
No,
So they didn't drown.
not the fish. Fish don't need
Oh,
them,
the fish
mate.
didn't. Oh,
No, they breathe in water. Clever boy.
can they? Okay, I didn't know they had life jackets
Right.
on, mate.
Oh,
Nah.
how can you eat dry pot noodle?
It's crunchy.
I'll tell you what, this
That's
is like.
wrong.
If you can imagine, this is like eating lugworm, right? It is. You know when you go fishing?
This is Weggy's cookery channel today.
Oh, that's disgusting.
It's as live. It's actually live. It's live, mate. It is like live, mate. I can't actually show you.
Dog meat.
Oh, don't stop! Don't keep fucking doing that.
God.
No, that's lovely.
No, just because he's doing it doesn't mean say you have to watch it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm doing this.
The flavour.
That very nearly put me off my beer.
Dobby goes fishing with a magnet on the end of his rod.
Oh yeah.
So you catch anything.
I don't put anything on the end of my rod.
Ooh, misses. Well, the only thing I can say today, well, I've got my big end.
Show again?
I've got my big end.
Yeah. Sizable.
Oh, that's come on.
Yeah, it has. I've got piston rings on there now. I've got my conrod, my big end, my sleeves. But by this time next year, I should have the engine.
Yes.
Tell you what, Dave.
Yeah.
You seriously need to try this spaghetti bolognese, man. It's good.
I love spaghetti bolognese when it's warm.
I'll tell you, mate. No, you don't need warm. It's cold.
Nah.
Right. It's actually got last year's date on it, but don't matter. It's in a tin. Right. Well, I think it says 2019. Yeah. What's the matter? It's sitting in the back of the cupboard behind a load of semolina.
Yeah.
Oh. Yuck.
And the funny thing is, right, I could go and eat, say, for instance, a couple of cream eggs or something right now, and then go back to a tin of tuna. That's how stupid I am. Really? Oh, seriously, that's that bad.
Why don't you just have tuna and cream eggs on toast?
What's that? Okay, drop this shit on the floor.
Well, you could have a deep fried cream egg, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, I mean, my appetite is all over the place, really.
GB says, surprised you haven't put sprinkles on them.
Are you going through the change, Wags?
Sorry, mate.
Are you going through the change?
No, I won't change. Can't change. Can't change. Can't change me, boy.
Not that change.
Not that change, mate.
You can't change me, boy. No.
I'm sure God has tried several times, but not even he can change. Change our.
No, definitely not, mate. Definitely not. What's Oh right, yeah, okay. We've got to go down the sprinkle route. I'm not going to put sprinkles on these, mate. I'm seriously not. No, definitely not. Sprinkles don't. Sprinkles don't belong on cold spaghetti.
Yeah, just do it.
No.
Have the balls.
Right.
Cold spaghetti just doesn't belong.
Yeah. Oh, fucking hell, it's all gone over me.
Oh, he's dribbled.
Stitch says she thinks you should put the sprinkles on it.
No, I can't get over it. That just ruined the flavour.
Right. Rach says, surprised you're still alive.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you.
And GB says, I dare him.
Well, the sprinkles.
Yeah. Crunchy
Bit late now, I
spaghetti.
think.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get another tin, Weggy. Go get a tin of something else.
No, not a moment. You know
You
what?
must have a tin of something.
Yeah,
You're
tin
right,
trifle.
Seriously, that's 2 tins I've had on Hangouts now. I know,
Yeah, you started to get as bad as what's his name now?
Who's
Keith.
that?
Dave.
Keith. You started to get as bad as Keith. Always
He used
eating
to.
cereal.
He did. The thing is, Keith, he used to have a 3-course meal on a Hangout, didn't he?
Yeah, he used to eat his breakfast cereal as well.
Yeah. That's the same as the Australians, you know. Like Marty, he'd sit there nibbling away on his cornflakes or something or other, because obviously it's 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, wasn't it? You know?
Yep.
So I found a bit more spaghetti on him. Yeah, you carry on. Man, that's good. That's good. Anyway, moving on. I don't know what's for sweet. Right.
Sprinkles.
Sprinkles, probably. Yeah. Oh man. Anyway, Cole,
Yeah.
you're a tosser. All right, there.
All right.
Oh, Carl.
No, he's all right. We were speaking about him earlier. He was a tosser earlier on, but he's, it's just. Nah, he's all right, Carl. We were talking about the actual. Had a laugh about actually when you're streaming, right? I don't know what sort of speed. You said your speed was quite high, didn't you?
Yeah, the speed's high. I've got a crappy old camera.
That's probably it, isn't it? But then saying that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine actually seeing you on full definition, to be honest. So it's probably leave it as it is. I saw it
like Hammer House of Horrors.
That's like a oh Jesus Christ, make it smaller. That's just a cartoon picture. Yeah.
The thing is,
yeah.
If we went out on a ride out and we met him and he turned up like that, that'd be just so fucking wrong, wouldn't it?
Right. What's that? No cornflakes here, having a Guinness, but you can keep the cold spaghetti cold. It's about you say that, right? But actually, from where he comes from, there was a band, right, for the kids, right, called the Wiggles, right? And they actually had a song called Cold Spaghetti, and he'll know that. If he knows anything about the Wiggles, which originate from Australia, that is one of their songs, right? It's mashed potato, I think it was. Mashed potato and cold spaghetti.
Mashed potato, yeah.
Yeah, mashed potato. In fact, I'll put it on, actually. I'll find someone to find it. No, I can't.
That's it. I've gone to sleep.
Yeah. No, I say bike-wise, it's all looking to slowly come back together, isn't it? I know Andy's been out a couple of times, getting out on his bike with Aaron, and also obviously Amy, and also Rob. Went out with Rob, so I'll have to all sort of meet up soon as we've spoken about, and get some mileage in. We're all capable of doing it, aren't we?
There's some very big groups of bikes out there. On Sunday, there was like 20, 30 bikes in a row. Coming out through Hintlesham.
Yeah.
And I said to Aaron, I said, is that the Suffolk crew? He said, no, I don't recognise any of them. But there were some big groups of bikes. So they're not, I don't know how many bikes are laid out together. Or two.
Yeah, supposedly it's two. Right?
Two?
Two.
But
two with 2 billion.
They're in 15s and 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in 20s and 15.
Yeah. But see, the thing is that what they'll say is, because you can have two, then you can have another two, then you can have another two, and eventually they'll sort of bunch up and it looks like a group, yeah? Then, of course, it's just common sense stuff, Andy. I mean, at the end of the day, the motorcycle will spread apart, I mean, unless you're a complete and utter cock, and you're not going to be right on the tail end of another bike for a start, right? And then, obviously, when you turn up and that, you just do what other people do. If 100 cars in a Sainsbury's car park could do that, then why can't 100 bikes do it on a seafront or something like that?
Yep.
Yeah, because we, of course, we're classed as social people, which we are. We're extremely social. We say hello to people, bikers that we've never met in our lives. That's what we do. Car drivers don't essentially do that. They get out of a car, fuck off in the shop, come back, fill it up, and that's it. They go. And car drivers essentially won't go and speak to the car driver next door, will they? If they go to the seafront, whereas a biker, because we're limited. If I didn't know Andy or Peter or Jim or anybody. You'd park up. If your bike was near another biker, he'd be sitting on a wall having a fag or having a chat or something. You say, "Hello, mate." Right? You do. You just naturally do it, don't you? Yeah. That's where we talk all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something I've found.
Naturally social.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
I even wave at bikers when I'm a passenger in the car.
You wave at bikers as
Oh, you're that twat I see the other day then.
Yeah.
But you see,
That's
the thing I find fascinating with the biking world is that you can. Nobody knows you when you're in one of these metal cages, our cars, but as soon as you get out on the bike, and you just park up, and someone happens to, like what he says, someone pulls up next to you. The first thing they'll do is look at you and say hi. And it's a completely different attitude. If you see a biker at the side of the road, I saw one on the way back from Full Throttle a few days ago. I don't know exactly which day it was. but a bloke was sat on the slip road of the Stratford turning. So I pulled in to see if he was all right. His front tyre had gone.
Wow.
But you know, it's just that sort of camaraderie that you will not get with a car. If the car had been sitting there, no one would have given a toss. They would just go on past. But if a bike sees a bike on the side of the road and it looks like they have an issue, they will stop. And I find that absolutely fantastic. I might not know what to do to help somebody, but they might not have a phone to be able to use, or they might just need some petrol or something like that. So you just nip up the road and go and get them some petrol and come back. Do you know what I mean? That's the difference between the car world and the bike world.
With a rum-tum tattle 'em, old John Brattle 'em, hey, what funny folk we'd be. Sorry, I'm just playing a Wiggles song in the headphones.
What?
Fucking seriously, I'll just screech here on it.
Right, okay, guys. So
Kill me now.
I want to see a vote. Who wants to keep Weggy on, and who wants to kick him off after that?
Dave.
Thrash him most soundly.
Sorry?
Dave, all you have to do is just mute him.
No, I don't want to. Where's the fun in that? You can all suffer.
Yeah,
I have to.
Yeah, well, we can watch him go blah, 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 blah.
I'm serious now. The who? Boo bars.
Yeah. Weggy's not looking impressed.
I think he's searching.
Tell you what, lads, you don't know how good the Wiggles are.
Wiggles does the Wiggles.
Yeah, Wiggles does the Wiggles. I'll tell you what, there's a track called on. In fact, if Meister fucking Fighty or whatever his name is, right, he's a brilliant bloke. If he wants to just go onto YouTube, bring up the Wiggles, bring up, old John Bradlam, and I'll tell you what, he'll be hopping around the screen. You watch. So bring that one up. Old John Bradlam, right? Or you can bring up the other one, which is Do the Twist, right, with the puppet heads. That's funny as fuck it is. Anyway, that's all right, because my kids grew up with the Wiggles, you see.
Okay, then.
All right. And Rolf's Cartoon Club as well. Well, that was me, actually. Right. And you lads remember that, don't you? Especially Carl, obviously, because he hosted the fucking thing. Rolf's Cartoon Club, you remember that, Eddie?
Do you know what it is yet? No, it's not a penis.
No, don't seriously.
No, it's not a little boy either.
That's why he's sitting in that cell, mate.
Hey, that's it. No, look at that. Yeah, seriously, enjoy.
Can't share anymore, otherwise I'll get a copyright claim.
Copyright, will you? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? That's quality, mate.
Here. I thought this was supposed to be a biker channel where I might learn something, and all we've got is a load of bullshit going on.
Find the
well, it is a biker channel. You're learning that Weggy's a fucking nut job.
Exactly. What are the?
I already knew that, Jim. That's the one thing I did know.
Yeah, you didn't know how far he'd gone, though, did you?
You know that. You know that. I've never seen it look like a cock. What are they? What the fucking hell are they?
Oh,
I've never heard of them. Have you ever seen them, Andy? Boobies, but not boo bars.
I look a little bit like Rob 64. Yeah, I look a little bit like Rob 64.
Wow.
Sarah. Oh, you're going to play now.
I'll get Dave to bring up Rob 64. Hold on, I'll see if I can find the name of the guy.
What the hell is that?
Hold on.
What am I watching?
The Who characters. Oh, Jesus Christ alive, man.
There you go. There you go.
I'm just saying fucking Rob, man. It's brilliant. Oh, shit.
I love Rob anyway, so he knows I'm taking this. I love him.
Hey, Dave.
Oh, God.
Dave.
I'm not doing anything until you get your words out properly.
I'll be jumping off a bridge, he sees this. Fucking hell, man. Hold on, chill.
Can I just say at this point, I haven't got a clue what the hell you're all fucking laughing at, but
Dave, can you bring up General Stahl from Doctor Who? That's General S-T-A-A-A, you prick. S-T-A-A-L, General Stahl, Doctor Who. This is Rob. This is fucking Rob 64. That should come up.
No. Don't do it. Don't do it, Dave.
And you'll suss it out. Yep, this is definitely Rob. Got it?
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Okay. How many of you lot now are crying on the channel? 3 of you. I can't see Jim, so I can't tell. And it looks like Carl's done another escape.
Oh, fucking hell, man. Sorry, I come up. That's exactly like Rob. He'll agree with me as well.
Go out, 4 of you.
Oh, Jesus.
Fucking idiot.
I have to make a statement. Robert is one nice fella.
I've got to put myself in mute.
He's a top bloke, Rob. He's one of the fucking nicest
He's
blokes you
top,
can meet,
mate.
really. Yeah.
He'd laugh at that as well.
He would. He'd laugh. Let's go back just to cover my ass, right? Let's go back to the boo bars, right? Andy accused the boo bar of being like Rob 64, right? Then we go back. Let's backtrack. So when Rob sees this, he won't see my bit. He'll see Andy.
You're on kit.
Hold on. The boo bars. Come on, stick it back up again. We'll see another picture of Rob 69. Right?
Make me fucking cough now.
Jesus, shit, my eyes.
Yeah, me too.
Fucking hell. Oh, fucking sprinkles in my eyes. But I mean, I don't know. Does he look like more like General Stahl or a Boo Bar? I don't know. Let's all look. Can you compare the two?
Got a picture of
More like a food bar.
Let's have a look.
Yeah. That's Rob. That's Rob. A boo bar.
Oh, man. I don't know. I think that's going to have to go to a crew debate somehow, some fashion. Oh,
we need a picture
Jesus.
of Rob 64 to fucking verify it, don't we?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, dear God. Oh, that's
Christ.
weird. I used to hate him on Doctor Who, that bloke. Oh,
Yeah.
he used to scare me. But I was like 2 years old.
My worst ones were the Sea Devils. They look really stupid now, don't they?
Yeah.
I've never heard of the Boo Bars. Where do they come from?
Hmm?
Never heard of them. Fucking Boober. Oh, Jesus. Poor old Rob.
I've never heard of him.
No, I haven't.
Who's Rob?
The orange one is called Zing 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 Bar.
Zing, 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 bar.
Is it a sheep?
No, that's
Yeah, it's just like, zing, zing. Jesus Christ. So she knows the names as well.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That is really worrying.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. That was funny. I'll tell you what. Seriously,
So I'll be able to get a picture of Rob 64.
Oh,
Just so we know what we're laughing at.
No, that's not. No, he's a brilliant guy. He's a brilliant guy, mate. Yeah.
I must say, this is the first time we've had 4 people crying their eyes out on this. Normally Weggy gets Suffolk Andy to
We've had some fantastic times, mate. I regularly play them, you know.
But that one was a good one.
That was superb. That. I'll just see the picture now. That just struck me straight away. Struck me straight away, mate.
Stitch is a boobar expert.
So am I.
So you're a booby expert.
Oh, well, that's that as well. Well, we all are, aren't we? Surely.
I have to say, if I've got to pull myself an expert in something, it's not I've been an expert in boobar.
No. Anyway,
I've got some news for you, Weggy.
go on, boy.
The old CX500.
Yeah.
He's a fucking knob, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah. He's a fucking knob, isn't he? Honestly, that's why he rides the 600, because he's a knob.
Well, it's that.
Anyway, getting apart from that,
Yeah.
Dobby's going to ride 1000cc, apparently.
Right. Supposedly. He was
Supposedly. Yeah, supposedly. Yeah.
Well, how's that going to happen?
We're going to go around gyms and never go on his bike. Ain't you?
I'm not taking Scarlett out. No.
I'll tell you what, seriously. What's she on about? I had to watch the program 6 hours a bloody day. 6 hours.
That's why she is a blue bar expert.
7 days a week for 18 months. Yes,
Kids are watching it.
the simple reason why she watched it is because she didn't have Netflix at the time. Right? Simple as.
Probably.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, the CX500.
The CX500C is sold.
You sold it, have you?
I sold it. Yeah.
You didn't sell it the Cactus in the end, did you?
No.
Jesus Christ, because that was the original plan, wasn't it?
It was, but now I've sold it.
Who's bought it?
Have you ever, Aaron's friend Connor, little old guy,
Oh, yeah, I think
Mechanic.
I might have done. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants another bike to bob.
Jesus
Yeah, he's gonna
Christ!
bob it.
After all those years, you've had that CX500
Yeah.
custom. That's gone.
Yeah, it's just sitting in my garage doing that, and I thought, I might as well sell it.
Fucking
So yeah,
hell.
doesn't mean I won't buy another one, another bike.
You won't buy another Virago, though, will you?
No, don't want them fucking shitty things. No.
That was
Andy had a Virago. Tried to. Oh, I don't know.
I had a very nice Virago.
Yeah, you did. You had a good one, didn't you? No such thing.
No such thing as Netflix then.
I don't know. I don't know how long Netflix has been going.
Such thing as a good Virago?
I don't know. I don't think there was.
No, they were all underpowered, wheezy pieces of shit, really, weren't they?
Andy's was a nice one, though. I mean,
They look nice.
I had the 750.
I found what knowing sort of Andy like I have, and watching his videos is like some of us have done. You try and make yourself like a bike, and somehow you got to get to a point where you think, you know what, I never really liked this fucking bike, and I don't matter what you say. Yeah, you did, but never liked that Sportster of yours. But I thought that was a nice bike. Actually.
No, I didn't.
No,
that was bootable, but no, I couldn't get on with that.
No,
couldn't get on with that.
That weren't your sort of bike, really.
No.
It didn't look wrong on it though. You look right on it. It's just every time you went out on it, either fucking died or you got a puncher.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. That was a nice bike, though. Well done.
Yeah, it's 207 1200 Sportster.
They got to the ice calf
nice.
right, didn't it? Got to the ice calf and back.
Beautifully.
Yeah.
Beautifully chromed, wasn't it? It had loads of chrome on it. It's lovely.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't be asked for that.
No, it didn't surprise me. I've never seen the BMW coming though. When you bought the 1200S, never see that coming at all.
Netflix
No.
was founded in '97.
Netflix is what?
Founded in '97, but I can't see when it came over here because it was American.
Oh right, okay, yeah. I used to I don't know, but I used to pay for Netflix, but I generally speaking, I don't now.
2012.
I think your boy's got Netflix, and I use his account.
Yeah, you can have about three or four PCs on an account.
Yeah, I pay for that. I pay for them all to have the Netflix accounts, or off my account, which is about 6 or 7 of them. At the time, but no, generally speaking, that's because my boy's got Netflix now, so I use his account. Might as well. For the time that I watch TVs, I don't watch a lot of telly, to be honest.
Yeah.
But or saying that, I've been watching the Marvel films on Disney Play, whatever it is. I don't pay for that either. Anyway, that's a bullshit. I'm going to go and get something else to eat. Carry on.
Something else in the tin.
Yeah, it might be.
Tin of mackerel.
Ah, shit.
Want some dessert?
I don't know what I want. I want a fucking fag, actually.
No, go down one, you
Oh,
puff.
sorry. I'm disappointed. Is that fucking Father's Day this weekend?
Yep.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I must be expecting some cream eggs or something.
No, but I don't care.
So I was just looking at my box of tricks.
Yeah, I've got half a dozen beers for Father's Day coming.
Did it?
No, in fact, not half a dozen beers.
How many kids you got, Carl?
2.
Did it?
Do they let them through security when they go into the prison for visiting?
I'll tell you what, you imagine.
He's got 2.
Yeah, you imagine he's delivering 2 family-sized boxes of coal tar. That's what you get.
Yeah.
On the road.
So on the road, at least he can get it back, can't he?
Once that's been inserted, he can actually pull it out, can't he?
Yeah. Oh, God, that's it. Yeah. It looks if you like that sort of thing, to be honest.
Look, lads, I'm going to have to go because I'm fucking well over my time here.
Yeah, I know.
So I should see you, mate. See you all later.
Andy,
see you all later. Be good, boys.
See you later, Andy.
Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, I'll try.
Got any passing thoughts?
I'll try and nip in. I will do. Oh God, no, mate, no.
That's fine.
No. If I did, that'd be fucking crap. Anyway. So anyway, see you all later. Everybody on the chat and everything else. See you all later, and I will nip in next week if I can. Okay.
Yeah, Andy.
Okay, mate.
Andy, as ever, it's great to see you, mate. All right, catch up soon, buddy. All right.
Nice to see you, mate.
Oh, certainly. I want to catch up with everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Dobby, get on that bloody 1,000, man. Right?
Everybody's
get those
saying
big boy pants.
Yeah, I know. Look, everybody's saying before you go, everybody's saying good night, Andy.
Good night to everybody. See you all later.
Bye. No.
Oh, it's nice to see Andy turn up.
Yeah.
Stitch says it's nice to see you staying on screen tonight, Carl. Right then, let's have a look.
He's so funny.
No, Andy's go change your undies. You must be damp.
I'm trying to drink my tea here. I've run out of beer.
That makes a change for me not to. Makes a change for me not to have a beer. Actually, so I've had three bottles of juice tonight. That's actually helped me cool down a little bit.
Time and get changes as good as a rest.
Yeah, I like my beers, but I don't drink anywhere near as much as I used to. Bloody hell, nowhere near.
God, no, me either. If I carried on drinking like I used to, it wouldn't be here now.
I just find so much weight with it. I was talking earlier on, when I was drinking with the bands and stuff and doing all the rallies and whatever. I was drinking up sometimes 15, 16 pints a night. I'll go out to about 20 stone. And that's just, you didn't think about it, you really didn't think. And then all of a sudden you got to this sort of size and you thought, fucking hell, really? I was at 20 stone. And on average, really, my weight is around sort of 16 and a bit, So that was carrying a bit,
I used to be that.
Yeah.
I've never been that heavy.
Yeah, I'm not the thinnest guy on the road now, but I'm getting there. There's some fucking ways to work out.
My heaviest, which was about 7 years ago, was 1612.
Was it?
Yeah, and when I went on holiday, I was 14.7, I think, 14.6, 14.7.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's really hard. As you get older, it's really hard to lose what you've got.
About it. Tell me it is. It's just one of those things, mate,
My wife eats virtually everything going,
Yeah.
and it's really hard for her to put weight on.
Yeah.
And I just look at a plate of chips and I go,
boom. Yeah. Some people do, mate. It's a mate like that. Another biker.
yeah.
He could literally eat anything, mate. He never put on any weight at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to be like that.
Yeah. Back in a minute.
Hey, Wiggy.
Yeah, tell her. Cut me off for a minute, will you?
Yeah. There you go. So, have you enjoyed tonight?
Aye. Always do.
Yeah, you got to stay on for most of the time.
You got to stay on most of the time, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason why I kick you off occasionally so I can come is because you're right next to me. You're the
No,
first.
I've got no problems with that, mate.
I know.
No, I'm just here having a good time.
Let's have a look. New comment.
I've got any...
Gonna say good night to you, lads. Night Rage, thanks for coming. We'll see you next week.
No, Rach.
All right.
Moy says night Rage. This lockdown thing isn't helping with weight. I put on some timber. Not good. Yep, I know.
Not getting out.
I've done exactly the same. I put on 5 kilos during these 2 months. And it's not because I'm eating more, because I'm actually eating less. I'm trying to eat less because I'm not working. But because I'm not working, and because I'm normally in a hot environment, being a welder, and doing lots of work like that, it's you sweat a lot out of you, as well as use a lot of high energy while you're working. It's just not going anywhere. And well, it'll sort itself out again, I'm sure.
No, I don't know. I put a kilogram on since I retired in June, and I did that in about 4 or 5 weeks. And I've just stayed at this weight.
Yeah.
So I'm happy.
Yeah, you should be. 1 kilo is not too bad. 2.2 pounds. And GB is holding out on us. He's put on weight.
I'm not telling you how much I put on.
all he's got to do is take his leg off, and he's instantly lost some more weight, hasn't he? Must be lucky I've dropped some weight. Yeah, Stitch, you're lucky. You dropped some weight.
No, the best idea to lose weight is do the poo diet. You weigh yourself before you have a crap. Weigh yourself afterwards. You're guaranteed to lose weight. This is it works every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not a lot.
I know, but it's enough. Like, no, you can. Oh yeah, the diet's working. I'm losing weight.
And with that note,
going back to a question we had earlier on tonight.
Yeah.
That chap said he'd lost the interest in riding.
Yeah.
My new bike I've owned for just about a month now, and I've put already over 1,000 miles on it, and that's during the lockdown.
Yeah.
I would have done the same if my engine was running. I know I would have done.
But that's because I'm running backwards and forwards from here to Bury or Ipswich or Sudbury or whatever, like looking at jobs.
Yeah, well,
So I used
technically,
to work,
a mechanic is essential worker because you've got to keep other essential workers moving.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. So
You're doing a good job, Jim. To be honest, if you're helping people that need to be on the road, be it a car or be it bike, especially with things as are now, you should be proud of yourself for doing that. You really
doing what I've done for the last 40 years, mate.
Yeah, I know.
did
30 odd years, you know.
It's a little bit different nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Well, yeah,
Jim
you need a
will
bloody
be.
computer.
Yeah, Jim will be like most people of his situation. He doesn't see himself as being worthy of being put up as a essential or as
Yeah, but it should
doing
be.
that. Yeah, I know he should, but especially the British way of life. We just don't do that. You know, we don't
No,
put ourselves. There's always somebody
You
better
don't
than
point
me.
bigging yourself. Yeah, you don't big yourself up because there's always someone that's
No.
going to fucking knock you down or be better than you.
Yeah.
No, to be
Yeah.
honest, I would never big myself up. I don't big myself up. I've got very anti-confident type of scenario in my head. I just don't do it. But someone like yourself that can actually go out there and make a difference to somebody, you know, somebody be it on a bike or be it on a car, in a car, that you could actually go out there and help them. And even if it's the most simplistic thing, you think, well, why the hell didn't you notice that? It doesn't matter.
I think the worst job I've had since the beginning of lockdown was to start a motor on a Mondeo. And that took me 6 hours.
Really?
Was it more to do with access to it? Was it?
Yeah, they are an
Yeah.
absolute fucking nightmare. Took me 6 hours to do it.
I remember the head gasket went on mine, my old 1.8 Mondeo. At the time, I couldn't afford to get it fixed because it would have just cost too much. So I ended up scrapping the car. That was 2006.
That's the one with the Jaguar engine in, and it was an absolute fucking nightmare. I'd never do another one. Like someone said to me, I need to start a motor on a Jag. Like the fucking garage. It's too much to be done outside on a driveway. You just can't fucking do it. You've got
No, of course
access to
not.
anything.
Of course not. There are certain tasks that just to be safe, you need to be able to put it on a ramp or something similar.
Yeah. Well, you have to get the whole of the front of the car off to actually get to the bolts to undo it to take it out.
Yeah.
And then you've got to take all the breather pipes for the gearbox off and all the wiring loom and cooling fan wiring just to get the starter motor out so you can get the other one in. Then you've got to put it all back together again.
I remember this is many years ago. I was still in school, so that tells you how long ago it was. My dad had a Wartburg 3-cylinder, and he needed a new engine in that. So my dad and my mum outside took the old engine out, put the new engine in, and all it was about 6 or 7 bolts, and that's all it was. There's 2 bolts holding the front panel on, which he didn't bother unhooking anything, unhooking the lights or anything like that. You just pulled the wires out the back, pulled the whole thing out. The radiator was behind, 2 clips, that was out, and then it was just around the engine bay, the clutch bay, just pulled it out, put the new one in, and he used a cheap little hoist that he got from
block and tackle.
Yeah, block and tackle from somewhere. Just little one, and then the engine stayed in my mum and dad's backyard until he passed away 3 years ago. And when we were cleaning everything out, it was still there. The old engine block was still there.
A bit collectible now, I would have thought.
No comment.
Yeah, it's like going back to the old days with like Mark III Cortina. You can change your gearbox in half an hour. Undo the bell housing, undo the prop, slide the prop out of the way, roll it onto your chest, roll it out the side, put the other one in, bang. Half an hour. The side of the road.
Moist says a 5-minute job will take 3 hours just to get a part that takes 5 minutes to fix. Very, very true. Quite often, a tiny little thing means that you have to spend hours getting to it.
Yep. Especially on a bike that's got loads of fairing and shit.
Yeah. Looks like Dubby's going to sleep.
Yeah.
No, I'm here.
Bobby, wake
No,
up.
no,
I'm,
Is there a delay?
No, I'm listening to you and I'm messaging. I've got somebody messaging me at the same time. I apologise for not giving the most 100% attention I do.
Yeah, I mean, like the old Mark II, Mark III Cortinas used to, or the Escort and the Cortina. Used to change them with a bit of rope around your neck.
Changed the prop shaft on my Mark 1 Escort
The old 1300.
many years
Bit of
ago.
rope around the manifolds, lift it out, straight on the floor. Wheel one in. We do an engine change in 2 hours on a Cortina or an Escort.
I changed the power valve seals on my RD350. That took about 2 hours. Because the Haynes manual says first you take the engine out, and I went, nah, I'm sure I can get to this by leaving it in the frame. You can. It's awkward, but you can do it. And then they popped again about 6 weeks later, so I did it again. And then they popped again another 3 or 4 months later, so I just left them. Made it a loud bike. At the time, I was living at the top of a hill, and I had to go out at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I used to just roll the engine down.
Roll it down the hill.
And then halfway down, just let it bump start it up and just drive up. So don't wake the neighbours.
Stop wanking the pussy.
Hold on. Gotta get a screenshot. There you go. Hello.
Hello.
Let's see.
But all I can say at the moment is, come back, Weggy. All is forgiven.
Yeah. Well, he was gone again.
No, he's not there. He's just off doing something.
What the fuck is he eating that has been this long?
No idea. He's probably having a fag.
Sprinkles.
Yeah, but how many fags is he having? I've had 2 in play.
I don't know. Any questions in the chat? Does the chat have any questions for us?
How many have we got watching tonight,
6,000.
So 6.
And 2.
Yeah, so 6.
Yeah.
6.
They're allegedly watching. They just left it on and buggered off.
Probably,
Probably done a fucking weggy or something.
I would love to know who are the ones that are watching but never comment. Because we only ever seem to get like 2, 3, or 4 people chatting, but there's always more than that watching.
Are you not able to say who's watching then, Dave?
No, you can only see who chats because that's when they chat. They put their name up.
Okay.
I can see how many's watching, but I can't see who's watching.
Okay. So then there's 6,000 that are watching. All stick a hello on there.
That'd be nice. Come on, guys. If you're watching, say hello.
Hello. You don't have to ask a question or anything like that. Just stick a hello. Who's out there? And
nope, I'm still here. Just wandering off to grab a beer.
Went to get some breakfast. Yeah.
And Stitch says, still here.
Good girl. Hello, Stitch.
So there's 2 really watching then.
Yeah.
Stitch is always one of the last to go, bless her.
Yeah. Here we go. Moist says, hello,
And GB's still there.
Yeah, hello. And I'm still here, so that's 3. Stitch, Moist, and GB. So who's the other three?
I reckon Weggy's one of them because he was doing it the other day when he was watching it while he was fucking talking on it. Cock.
We're sort of running out of things to say, aren't we, really?
No, not really.
Stamina.
Well, I was going to end it at 1 o'clock, but Weggy's not back yet, and we've only got 6 minutes.
Weggy's not back. Where is he? What's he doing?
Sprinkles.
Yay! He's off cooking us something. Bread and butter. Come on, Weggy, where are you?
He can't hear you because he's got his headphones.
He's got his earphones in, is he?
We're down to 5. We're down to 5. I think they've all fed up with nothing going on the channel.
Yeah.
So I suppose, okay, simple question. Chain drive or shaft drive?
Chain.
Chain.
Why? Piss off.
It's him.
Jesus Christ, man. That was good. Right on you fuckers.
Yeah, we're going now. See you, mate.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah,
off.
we'll see you later, mate.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I get your phones are twisted up. It's not making trifle. Jesus Christ. Excellent. No, I just had a smoke. I'm not a great fan of for any of you smokers out there. Gold Virginia just pisses me off. Horrible shit. Anyway, what have we been chatting about then?
Absolutely bugger all.
I know Cole's probably talking about anal sex in jailhouses and that sort of shit, but there you go.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah,
You've been for God knows how long. How many cigarettes?
Just one. I say bad Gold Virginia is, mate. I tell you. If that's Amber Leaf, I probably would have had 2. No, seriously, no.
You're going to have to learn to suck harder.
Hey,
That's your collar like that.
I might not come as a surprise to you, but I've never tried, Peter. I mean, you might be able to sort of explain a little bit better than me, but not sort of anything. I mean, didgeridoos and that's all that stuff. I'll leave that to Rolf.
No, you blow them, my good man.
Well, you do, of course you would, wouldn't you? I'm not denying that, mate. You keep blowing.
Yeah, no, I don't suck.
But anyway, seriously, yeah, it's been a good chat tonight, though, isn't it? Seriously, I had a bloody good laugh. That was quite tasty. The food's been quite tasty. I've just been out there and had what have I just had now? Fucking, there's an orange Kit Kat. It was nice. So that'd go down well with a spaghetti bolognese in the morning. Sweet as
Hi,
hanging nuts.
Adelpha.
Hello, Dave.
Hi, Adelpha. And Carl.
Ask Carl for advice.
Foolish boy, Pike.
Oh, hello, Adelpha. Who's this then? Who's this? No, sorry.
Adelpha. Adelpha is the person that's looking after our house in the Philippines.
Oh, right, nice one. Hello. All right.
Hello.
One of Dave's family.
Yeah,
we got viewers from the Philippines.
Yeah.
Get the rest of the family on in. We can fucking go up to about 90 members.
That's probably true.
right. Let's get the viewing right up. Come on, let's go right across the seas and get the whole fucking town lit up with a live stream, talking all sorts of wonderful stuff, including spaghetti hoops and shit.
Spaghetti hoops. Is that what it was? Is that what you were eating? Spaghetti hoops?
No, that's no. I'm way past the alphabet soup as well. I never could make a word out of it. Anyway, let's have a look here. Now we still want to grab a beer. Oh, let's have a look here. Blah 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 blah. Fucking blah blah blah. Rach is gone. Must be lucky I've dropped some. Must be lucky I've dropped some weight. 5-minute job that takes 3 hours. What's it all about? A 5-minute job that takes 3 hours to get to the part that takes 5 minutes to fix.
That was Jim talking about a starter motor.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass. Depends on what they are, though, doesn't it? Start
on a car, mate.
Car? No.
Yeah.
I don't do
it's on a Jaguar.
Right, okay, that's even worse.
Jaguar with a Mondeo engine.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, they're the fucking worst ones, aren't they?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, terrible, bloody horrible things.
He knows.
Yeah.
So the Mondeo engine.
Hey?
Yeah, seriously, yeah. Do you remember the Jags had all the Ford parts on them? Bloody horrible things.
Yeah, the Jaguar, what was it, X-Type, I think it was.
Something like that, wasn't it?
Right, and they got the 2-litre diesel Mondeo engine in them.
Yeah. So they weren't a Jaguar, not in any stretch of the imagination, to be honest with you. All right, so anyway, sorry, Dave, we're just going down here. Gordon's still there, Stitch is still here. Moist all crack and fight, he's off making trifle, cheeky bastard, right? Adolphus here. Ask Cole for advice. What are you asking Cole for advice for exactly?
Things you don't like to know.
No, I don't need to know, mate. All right. So anyway, so Adolphus has been welcomed across the pond. I can say, can we all say hello, Adelpha, together in unison? Whoa, hello, Adelpha.
Hello.
No handsy hands, right?
That'll make a day.
Right, anyway, so Snitch, Jag Axle for trikes. Jag Axle for trikes, is that right, OGM?
No.
Right, okay.
Because the majority of the new Jags are all either 4-wheel drive or front-wheel drive.
Right, okay, right.
So they've got transverse axle, so it won't work. Older Jags, yes.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay, question. So if you were going to make a trike from scratch, what front end, what engine, and what axle would you use?
Personally, if I was building a trike personally for myself, I would probably go for a Ducati Monster 900 engine, front end, with a Lexus IS200 rear axle, because it's got independent suspension.
Carl, you still breathing, mate?
Yeah.
I just wondered what you were doing. I thought you were giving yourself head there for a minute.
No, I'd drop my thing for me E-bong.
Jesus Christ, man.
What
the fuck did that sound like?
Darth Vader.
Yeah, sorry.
Fucking Darth Vader, didn't it? Sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway, my sort of cracking fight is spot on. Jag with Ford parts, it's an insult to British motor, and absolutely is.
That would be true if we had any British motoring anymore.
Oh, we haven't, have we? Jesus Christ. Mute him, will you, please?
The stupid thing is, we are about the 4th largest car producer in the world. We just don't make our own.
No.
Yeah.
Not a new Jag. What sort of trike Dobby? See, the thing is, right, I was just going back to, like, Kerry's trike. I mean, that's obviously... you'll have to see it to believe the actual finished product, to be honest with you, but I'm not can't quite sure now. We went out there the other day, and I think it's obviously the rake is a lot different. I know that much. The rake has been well raked out to lower the front end with the trike and the axle, right?
Yeah, but them Victories are quite short on the front end anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, but this
rake on them.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, they say it's quite steep, but this is. I don't know what the angle is on this rake now, but it's extended beautifully, and it do look spot on. Yeah. I don't know what the rake is on it at all. I don't know. I didn't ask, but she probably wouldn't have known, to be fair. But no, I think the front. I think if I'm right in saying the front end is this, it's not the standard Victory front end, or is it? I can't remember now. Fucking terrible memory.
Who said that?
Exactly. No. But anyway, the whole thing looks fantastic. That's all I can say. Right, it's properly beefed up, and it's got the reverse gear with the belt drive reverse as well.
All right.
It's nice. Yeah, it really does sound sweet as a nut. Really sweet as a nut.
The Victory engines are quite pretty because they're all tidy and clean and
they are
aesthetically pleasing. You look at Harley and it looks like it's just been fucking slapped together, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You look at a Victory and it's just totally different.
The only thing I've been told about, I mean, there's a mate of ours who had a Victory and unfortunately had a serious accident on it. His was pretty mint, but I think one of the problems that Victory have had is actually the paint on the barrels disappearing fairly sharply with the Weller. That's just what I've been told. Anyway,
with the weather.
Yeah, with rain, you know, your engine like your Bandit, your Bandit picks up, it gets weathered at the front of a head, doesn't it?
They try to anodise the aluminium, don't they? And it doesn't really take very well.
No. All right, so Stitch is saying it's standard. I thought it had been. It's the standard front end, but it looks beefed up. Another handlebars are obviously completely different, but you'll have to see it to believe it anyway. You will see it soon enough.
Yeah.
But
see it one day.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't got any pictures to put up there unless I went on the face cobblers, but no, that is really nice. It fucking sounds sweet as a nut, and it's just been pieced together beautifully. But if you're spending that sort of money, you'd expect that, But yeah,
it's a shame they stopped. It's a shame they stopped making them, though, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
I actually think they are a better bike than a fucking Indian, to tell you the truth.
I don't know much about the Indians. I mean, I know a couple of people have got Indians. Indian Chief, guy over in the States. Of course, I mean, I like the Indians and that, but I think the Victory was fucking just a lovely bike. I think I've got 20 years of parts available. The company Victory have for people who have obviously purchased Victories, Hammer S's, and as you say, Greg has now purchased a gunner, as well. So yeah, Greg's he's done a deal with Bennett TTT, and his Suzuki's being traded in for a gunner Victory, which he picks up this Friday, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a nice looking bike, to be honest.
That's showing on now is a trike that was made by Chris Island.
Right.
He has this, he had this passion with this particular engine. It's an Indian engine, and whatever he made, he put that engine in.
Right.
I've actually got part of the bike that originally he built one of his versions, if you like. It was the first Crazy Horse hill.
Yeah.
But he then destroyed it and built this. And I absolutely love that as a trike. And that is exactly the sort of trike that I would like now.
Yeah.
Exactly the sort. It's total drag, it's total long, it's total, I don't know, it's just mad.
Right.
But I like it. It's a single seat. And I absolutely love that.
Oh, I'm just seeing if hold on, just bear with me a second.
I'm not a trike lover, but I mean, if I did build one, I'd use the Lexus IS 200 rear axle.
Yeah. Right, just bear with me a second. I'll see if I can bring some pictures up of. Where are we? Jesus Christ! I've seen pictures of Carrie. Bloody hell! Jesus Christ! Hold on. Now, I want to see. I wonder if I can find it. No, it's not on there. Bollocks. Yes, it is. Right.
Hurry up. I've got a song contest video to make tomorrow.
Let's have a look here. Which one is it? Fucking share it, you twat.
Your language is getting terrible, young man.
Yeah, it's late at night.
Language, Timothy?
Right, now. Dave, because I've only got one screen here, right?
You just have to share and then click the source that you want to share from.
Yeah, that's not the entire screen I want to show, though.
Yeah, you can share your entire screen and then move it to where it wants, and then when you're ready, tell me, and I will share it to everybody on here.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to get yeah. I've got the picture up of Kerry's trike. But then hold on a second. Fucking thing. Excuse the language. So it says application window, entire screen, right?
Yeah. So do you want the window that you're showing, or the entire screen?
Window.
The window would be the bit that you just opened up to see the picture.
It's going to be that one, right? Oh, I'm trying to fucking share the thing. I ain't done this before, have I? See, don't know why. Oh, let's have a look. Now, here we go. I think... No, it's not, you twat.
No, just keep going. Just find the one that you want.
Hold on. I've not done this before. I've not actually done this screen because it's a lot better. It's a lot easier, right? If you got the dual monitors.
Yeah, it is. That's the one you want, isn't it?
This is the one I want. Can you see what I've done?
Yes, I can.
Right. So what do I do now? Then can you show that?
Yes, I can. You just don't touch anything there.
I won't touch it then. Can you just show that then, please?
Oh, that's Kerry's.
That is.
That's Kerry's.
Sorry. Cheers for that, Dave. I weren't 100%
No
sure,
problem.
so I weren't on a single screen.
Gorgeous.
See the front end, and I couldn't. I mean, them bars are obviously everything's been made for her, and size wise, it's quite diminutive in the actual seat area, as you'd imagine for her. All right, the front end that looked beefier than the Victory, but I don't believe it is. I think it's Stitch's
It's a smaller rake.
That's the rake. Yeah, the rake is it's raked out.
The rake.
Yeah.
The rake is pretty much standard. I would have said.
No, it's not. No, it's been pulled out quite a bit actually. You'd be surprised, Jim.
You reckon?
Right? Yep, that has been, mate. Yeah. If I just bring up, so you've seen that one, okay?
Yeah.
Right. Let
So
me
you
just.
can't really get a good view of
Let
it.
me just.
You really need a.
Right,
carry on
or
doing what you want, so we don't see any personal stuff.
No, I'm not worried about that. I ain't got nothing personal on here. Well, let's have a look. Right. Just bear with me, and I'll bring up the original bike.
What's in the box, Dobby?
I'll show you.
Right, Dave.
Yeah.
Hold on. There you go. Can you? I've gone to share that one, have I?
You have. It's
Have I?
still on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were.
Right. Okay. There you go. Cool.
Yeah.
Right. That's the original bike. All right.
That's
So
Yeah,
really, I mean, looking at what Jim's saying, I mean, that actually, she said it'd been raked out quite a bit. But if you look at the original book, that's not that much more rake
It
on that.
doesn't look that.
I would say there was more because you got the.
Yeah, it's been raked out. Don't get me wrong, Carl, but the actual amount of degrees rake on there is not that much more expressive than it is on that one.
Much more.
No.
Yeah.
But that's the original bike anyway, which is obviously her brother Owen's Victory Hammer S. All right. So to be quite honest, right, the fact that particular machine has been made into a trike is a fantastic job, isn't it? Absolutely looks the absolute bollocks, to be honest.
Yep. Didn't I?
Yep.
Anyway, so there you go.
But
All right.
but you look at the engine on that compared to an engine on a Harley or an Indian, that's way more tidy.
Now all you have to do is cancel your share screen.
Right, okay, cheers, Dave. If I can. Right, yeah, fucking thing. Right, stop screen. There you go.
That's it.
Cool. Right, I'm happy with that. Sorry, I hadn't done that before, to be honest with you. Still learning. All right. Especially, I should say, I haven't got the facility of dual monitor, so.
See, this is where you learn at 1:15 in the morning after 4 hours.
Well, I've never done it. I've never actually done it. With sharing screen on the Hangouts was different, but this is a learning process, even after all these weeks. So that's cool.
Actually, if I remember right, sharing screens on the old Hangouts was virtually identical.
It was, to be fair. Just thinking about it.
It's just that this is new. You haven't done it for a while, and it's just take a while.
No.
You want me to share that one, Dubby?
mine's still quite fine. Yes, a nice trike. It is Chris Island. That's the name I've not heard. Chris Island. That does ring a bell. Definitely
Dobby.
rings a bell.
Do you want me to share that one, Dobby?
Rake for Kerry. Yeah. Dobby. What's Dobby got?
Hold up, wrong way.
No, not that way.
That way. That's
You go that way first. That when I went to Bury St Edmunds, I don't know, I can't even remember the year. But Crazy Horse were doing a show on there, and there was this bloke called Chris Island who had that particular bike, and that was his Indian engine, and that's what he actually built around it. And you know that trike I showed you earlier? That's what he decided. Once he had enough of that, he destroyed that, just kept the engine and made the trike out of it.
Do you know what, Peter? It looks like a proper old school chop, rider, whatever you want to call it, chop, right? That you would see around the 69, 70 era.
Okay.
I love this side stand.
Can you see if you go above the actual casing, the silver casing? If you go back to the other picture,
there you go here,
and if you can see there, that is this. Because he actually gave me the electronic box from it, which housed the battery and had the switches in it.
How did you get that in?
And on top of that, he gave me this little bit that was attached to it, and he gave me this little bit, and he gave me this little bit. Bless
who gave you that then, Peter?
Chris Island.
So you know him personally, do you?
I knew him for a while, yes. I haven't seen him for a long, long time, and I wish I could see him again. I saw him not last year at the Copped Up show, but the year before he was there.
Right.
Because he took his Indian engine, I believe, and made it into a bike so he could go to the salt flats.
Yeah.
Right.
I reckon Dobby and Carl nicked all those bits. Dobby got away with it, and that's why Carl's in jail now.
I reckon. But like you say,
I wouldn't steal anything.
So how long after that picture was taken, right, did you end up breaking that bike down then for you to end up with the battery box or whatever it was?
The bits.
Probably months at the most.
So he never used to keep the bikes together for long then?
No. Well, that was what he always told me. He used to like building something, either a bike or a trike or whatever, but he always used this Indian engine. But as soon as he built it, he used it a while, but he got very bored very quickly and then wanted to make it into something else.
All right. So instead of giving you the whole bike minus the engine, they just give you a box, right?
Yeah. To be fair, he did offer me the seat that's on there as well, and I never got around to collecting it, which was But the trike that I showed you earlier, he actually took the Indian engine out,
right,
but sold the actual trike itself.
Right.
And I must admit, if I had the money at the time, I would have bought that and got somebody to put an engine into the damn thing.
All right. I'll see how you've just done this. You've sent these pictures onto the Hangout, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wondered because Dave was obviously sharing that from his.
That's right.
His Hangout.
The way I can do it.
To do it into the Hangout thing like we do now, it's the easiest way to shoot because I know what I'm doing. I can quickly put it up and share it. You all should be able to share from your screen, but it still requires me to click the button to say, okay, it can go on the screen.
Okay, right. Let's have a bit of fun then.
No, but I tell you what, that bloke was an absolute genius, and he was a lovely, lovely bloke to know. And I wish I was still in touch with him. He was the one that started with a couple of others the magazine called Brick Chopper.
Yeah.
And it was through Brit Chopper that I invented my little name of Wannabe Chiker on the forums and stuff like that. And I actually, not just once, but I twice had my story of how I got into riding printed. Because the first time they printed my story and they put somebody else's picture with it. So he said, no, fair enough, we'll do it again. And make sure you got your picture on it. And I've got the issues for that. So he was a lovely bloke. He was a really lovely bloke. He's absolutely genius with what he could do with tools and stuff like that.
Tell you what, I'm just going to send Dave onto the Hangout some pictures of some mates' bikes. There's a lot. You might be able to see that one, Dave. That's my mate's Suzuki GS 850.
When it comes up.
Yeah. All right.
At the moment, that's all I've got.
What you got?
That's it.
Is it?
Yeah, it hasn't come through yet. Or you haven't sent it yet.
What, did you put on the same post?
That's it. That's gone, Dave. That's all right. Well, I should have done. There you go. All right.
There you go.
That's my ZZR 1100 behind it at the time.
What's that? GS2?
GS 850. GS 850. Yeah.
That's how a bike should look like, isn't it?
Yeah. He's still got it. He's got two. He's got two, actually. He's got a red one and that one. It was a particularly nice one. He's probably had about 7 or 8, I think about 6 or 7 GS 850s. It's just one bike that he's actually kept. That's just up the road at the Gulf from here, just over the road from Lings. That one. I just want to show you one more picture. You'll like this one. Let's have a look here. What's Peter just put up? You put something else out there. Oh, BBC 2 Speed thing. You put that up, Pete.
Yeah, Pete did.
All right. This is an old one.
BBC will definitely come down at me with a copyright claim if I put anything from BBC up, just like they did with Red Dwarf.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's why we don't watch Red Dwarf.
That's why I don't watch BBC. Thieving bastards.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna call it at 10:30 tonight anyway.
What's
so
the time there? Yeah, it's nearly there.
25 past.
22, yeah.
I was just going to show you a little picture of a. Oh, that's fucking around here somewhere, are you, sod?
I'm meeting up with Weggy tomorrow, so.
All right. Hold on. Where the hell is it? Fucking ding.
Hey?
Are you, Jim?
You all right, Dom? Yeah.
Oh, cool. What are
We're
you
going,
up to?
we're going over to Kenny and Nita's to torment them.
All right.
Well, if I'm up and away, text me and I'll come along.
Okay, well, we should be there sort of just after 12, I think.
That's
Mike
a bit
says,
early.
good night, Jim. Take it easy, mate.
Thank you, Dave. I'll see you next week. Good night, Moist. Good night, Stitch. Good night, everyone else.
See you later, Jim.
Good night.
See you, Jim. Thanks for coming.
And I'll see
you next
you
week.
in about. I'll see you in about 11 hours, Weggy.
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
about that.
Yeah, about that.
All right, mate.
All right. Take it easy.
See you now.
I'll see you all later.
Bye now.
Yeah.
All right, then. See you.
Thanks for
Bye
coming.
bye.
Cheers, Al.
Bye bye.
Oh, seriously, I can't even find the folder with it. Oh, isn't that one? No.
So as I say, when you want to find something quickly.
Sorry, Dave. I've just stuck a random picture up there. You can. No, it doesn't matter now. You've got it anyway. You can stick it up there if you like.
Nope, it hasn't come through yet. As soon as it comes through, I'll share it for you.
Oh, bloody hell, really? Seriously, hold on.
And when it comes through, and when it comes through, and when it comes through.
on the 12th of never.
That'll come through.
Am I quite unique here, where
There you go.
involved in something like this?
There you go, Dave.
Everybody starts going off, and you think, actually, it's too bloody early.
No.
Sorry, I thought that was my bike.
Yeah, of course you thought it was your bike.
Tish poo.
Sorry. I slipped out that one.
Boring, says Stitch.
No.
Who's the Britney Spears fan then?
Not necessarily a voice.
Carl, do something.
Anyway, right. No, seriously. Anyway, Dave.
I'm actually flagging as well.
Yeah, I'm getting there myself. Anyway, Dave, it's been a fantastic hangout, mate. It's been fantastic to have everybody obviously join us, from Gordon to Stitch to who else we got? Mystall, Crack and Fighty. The same fantastic people come to kneel before us and pray and watch us.
Candy, Rachel, GB. He's losing it again. You can tell. He's getting late at night now.
Oh Jesus, man, I'm a broken man, mate. To be honest.
GB says the lightweight.
Yeah.
Poor old Dave just wants to leg it.
He does, yeah, he does. But no, it's been fantastic.
I've got my wife in the bed here waiting for me, so
have you?
Of course I want to go.
TMI.
Is that head first in Davis time? Fucking yeah. Jesus Christ. You can tell he's in a prison cell, can't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, nice Stitch.
Yeah, well, night then.
Stitch has gone, night Jim, boring, night Jim, boring. I'm trying to relate the two together. Or boring Carl, sorry. That says boring Carl. Yeah, boring Carl, right?
Boring.
No, Wiggy, I've never knelt before you.
No, I should hope not, mate. No, it's great. It's great that everybody's come along. This guy turns up and, obviously...
I knew before no man.
I know she doesn't either. Excuse me.
Good night, ladies and lads. Safe. Have a good week. We'll catch you all on the next one.
Yeah. Fergal blubble flubble, gibble, eagle blob, and tiddle buddle bubble.
That is fucking serious. I'll tell you what, I'm getting warm again. Look, Jesus Christ, man, look.
That's embarrassment, mate.
No, anyway, it's great that everybody's turned up. I hope everybody's enjoyed it. It's been a good stream, isn't it?
That is definitely
good. Oh, dear. Good night, lads and ladies. Ride safe. Have a great week. I'll catch you on the next one. I must see some of his videos. Definitely. Did I say that twice?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fucking
Did you say that twice?
Oh, is there a delay?
I don't know. That's David. Hold on, we've got 3 minutes. Easy, Tiger.
Easy, Tiger.
Whoa. Right, hold on. Fucking easy, Tiger.
I'll tell you what, Sam cracks me up.
Yeah.
Have we finished yet?
Almost.
Come.
We're still live at the moment. So mind your words. No striptease on the until the after show like you did last week.
I missed that.
So did everybody. Well,
I don't suppose you see this. You know that the woman divorced her husband due to his obsession with cricket.
Yeah, he said.
He told reporters it really hit me for 6. You said that one?
Yeah, seen that one. The Daily Daft.
Oh no. Are we there yet? Are we fucking there yet? I like this one actually. Local man arrested for stealing solid triangular pieces of glass. Police say is likely to face a heavy prison sentence. That fucking cracked me up. Yeah. Now you might not find that funny, but that's my sense of humour.
Juvenile.
See, Alpha all on my channel.
All right. Not much to see. Really?
That's what he says.
Night
okay.
Stitch.
Well, at least he's got a channel. Hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, have you lads ever seen Carl's channel?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's crap. Terrible.
Yeah, it's really shit.
No, it's
And
not.
I've not done anything for 2 years.
No, I mean, I hadn't done for a while. The last thing I put up was obviously one of the mates with the Southern crew, but obviously that's been filled up with these live streams ever since, like Dave's. I think. Anyway, I want to say good night to everybody. That includes obviously Dave. That means Peter. That means fucking Carl. That means everybody else that's been on here. That means the lovely Stitch. It means Gordon. It means fucking most all crucking fighty. I'll get that right one day. Most all crucking fighty. It also means the lovely lady over in where was it?
Bognor Regis.
Philippines.
Philippines. Adelphi. Right. Who else have we had on here? Did you say we've had
Rachel? Rach.
Rach, of course, yeah.
Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon.
Yeah, we did have Rob on earlier. I'm sure
we had Rob
on earlier.
Yeah, we had Rob 69.
6 and 7/8, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cookie. Right.
Yeah,
anyway, it's been fantastic.
Jiggy Cruiser. We've talked to Calm.
Of course, we've had Mr. Suffolk Randy.
Yeah, Suffolk Andy as well.
And I always bounce off him. Brilliant bloke.
Sheepish fellow, him really.
We've had a good night until you went away, Weggy, and then everything went silent again, and then you come back and we had a good night again.
I like to have some sort of entertainment. You know, part of what we do, mate, is having a laugh and taking a piss and having a piss taken, mate. It's as simple as that. And if we can all do that, you know, we're halfway there, aren't we? You know. Anyway, Gordon, you know, he's legged it.
Nightstick.
Gordon's legged it. Jesus Christ. What do I come with these things? That's not very nice, is it?
Where's the nightstick going?
Okay, anyway, bollocks. I've had enough.
Oh, you had enough.
Finally, we can all go now.
Yeah, that's all right. Weggy's had enough, so let's go. We're just
Anyway, guys, thanks for coming up for another hangout. And hopefully we'll have next week's Wiggy's channel.
You won't.
All goes according to plan.
You won't.
You won't?
I'm on nights.
Oh, dear. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll host another one for you.
That'd be fine. Yeah, so to be honest with you, it looks like Weggy's night hangouts are finished. Unless I divert. What I'll do is instead of, I mean, we did speak to Peter. I think Peter said he'd be quite happy to possibly try one out. You know, it's up to Peter at the end of the day, but I think he'll do a good job actually. Peter, there's nothing to it, but really, it's enjoyable. It's quite busy from your side though, Dave. Tonight, you know, it's busy sort of flicking between all the bits and pieces.
That's only because I choose to share screens and do stuff like that. But yeah, if you want to try it, then we can do a couple of test hangouts first, which is private.
Can I say this arsehole is he really pisses me off because he likes dropping me in left, right, and centre.
That's why not being funny, but that's why you ended up with a bald head, right?
Yeah, precisely. I said I was going to shave my hair, and I got told by you that I was going to do it live on Facebook, not ours.
What you got to remember is you raised hundreds and hundreds of pounds for a charity.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
They weren't such a bad idea, and of course, you wouldn't have ended up with the fantastic name of Dobby. So you think about it. It's all good, Peter. You've raised the game. Yeah, exactly. So you know, there's much to be thankful for in life.
Yeah. That's I love you, boy.
Anyway, brilliant chaps. Anyway, fantastic night, and of course,
good.
I was just looking at the boo bars again. Sorry.
Throw a book at Peter.
Throw a book at him. Absolutely, he deserves a book.
Yeah,
there's one
book at him, Peter.
Yeah. Thrash him most soundly.
No, I just didn't see the word him. I just said throw a book at Peter.
Throw a book at him, Peter. So I'm going to throw a book at your way.
Trust me, them books are regular. I know them books are a regular thing. Right?
I'm gonna chuck a thesaurus at you.
Yeah.
Booking hell.
Throw a book at him, Peter. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I've just caught on. Throw a book at him, being me, Peter.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Jesus Christ. I tell you what, again, it's tantamount to abuse, mate. Abuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sorry, you deserve it, you arsehole. You deserve it.
I know.
Yeah. You know, people pay good money to see Weggy abused.
now I've got a mental image that won't go away just before I go to sleep.
Some people get it for free, mate.
Everybody wants to abuse Weggy, but no one can get a fucking word in edgeways.
I know it's hard, but you know, you have to try.
Go on, have your word in edgeways, so you won't be able to say anything.
No, he's busy trying not to be.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because I muted him and don't say a word.
Yeah, we could actually slag him off, but it's no fun if he can't come back at us.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Oi, Weggy.
Yeah,
Weggy.
What?
Like I said today, take a deep breath. You know what it means.
Yeah.
I'm
Go
quite
ahead
tired
and
now.
suck. Go ahead and suck.
I need a decent smoke, man. I need some amber leaf. Anyway, it's been fantastic. I'm going to politely walk off in the other direction to the kitchen, have another smoke, a drink, some food, and then whatever. You know what I'm saying?
So, passing thoughts, Weggy. Passing thoughts?
Passing thoughts. It's been a fantastic hangout with fantastic people watching us, joining in, and it's been an incredible experience yet again. I will be back for some more of this at another point in time. Thank you very much indeedy doody. All right.
And Betty? Oh, no, wrong one. There you go. Betty. Passing thoughts?
I thought it was crap, but you know, who am I?
There you go.
That's Dave. What do you mean, who am I? That's Dave. Who am I? It's Dave, not you. Betty
I
Swallows.
have to say thank you very much for anybody that's watching, and I thoroughly enjoyed tonight, and it's been a damn good laugh. And here's to next Thursday. Rock on.
And thanks for coming, and we'll see you all next week, I hope. And yeah, see what happens then with more fun or debauchery or whatever else comes our way. Thanks for coming. We'll see you all another time.
Hey, Dave.
You.
Dave. Should we let it run for another 2 hours?
No.
Dave. Get rid of us.
Dave.
Hold on a minute. No, don't kill it yet, Dave. I'm just